Man.
So today we're going to start with the strategic plan, the town five-year strategic plan, and talk about the work that we have started to do around implementing that plan. So for the listening audience, wanted to give a brief historical overview of the plan. Most of you were participants in creating and developing this document, but the process began in spring of 2018. We held community meetings with residents to really get their feedback on the desired future for Matthews. The board approved 12 vision statements in January of 2019. And then throughout that year, staff continued to meet and develop strategies around those vision statements. In February of 2020, the board reviewed those strategies and staff finalized those in April of 2020. And due to the pandemic, there was a pause in those efforts of completing strategies or initiatives. In November of 2021, the board received an update on that strategic plan, and between January and April of that year, staff finalized the objectives, initiatives, and measures. And in June of 2022, the board approved the town's five-year strategic plan, which is from 2023 until 2028. So I know most of you, because you were part of that effort, you recognize the framework of that strategic plan, but again, wanted to just share there were 12 vision statements. That is a lot of vision statements, but they clearly spoke to the desire of community and the work that the town should focus on over the next 5 years to implement that. With those 12 vision statements, each of them had objectives and associated initiatives. So as we resume, the town staff resume work around the strategic plan and really thinking about how do you pull together those 12 vision statements. I believe it's 150 plus initiatives and really execute, make sure that we're completing the work of the town and what the citizens are asking for. And so we stepped back and thought about what is the mission, kind of what is the work of the town. At the end of the day, why are we here? Why do we exist? And so we came up with the organizational strategic priorities that you see in front of us. And these priorities really are to inform the work that we do. So at the end of the day, the reason that we are building a fire station is because we're promoting community safety. The reason that we're developing a comprehensive plan is because we're promoting community sustainability. The reason that we are creating a pavement fund or a maintenance schedule is because we want to promote not only sustainability, but mobility. And so these strategic priorities are really filters for us to think about how we complete and execute the initiatives and objectives of each of those vision statements. And they also serve to inform the residents of Matthews as well as visitors of Matthews how we are doing this work. So when you think of community mobility, as I mentioned, one of our priorities is to promote community mobility. And really those are the activities that promote connectivity and movement. So for example, adding and improving roads, sidewalks, greenways, trails, bikeways, those are all of the things that promote the connectivity and movement within our town. With community safety, these are really activities that promote the safety and protection of people and property. We talked about the fire station, but in addition to that, we have public works and engineering with making sure that we have traffic systems in place and signs and lights and signals. That includes police with area patrolling and making sure that we have standard response time. Chief Hindenburg talked about that yesterday of 7 minutes to arrive at a resident. When we think of community vitality, we think about activities that promote a state of well-being and quality of life. We have a very active arts and culture program, our parks and recreation services. When we think about the bonds that you just approved, those things are really community vitality. And as we continue on, the community sustainability. So really, it's pretty wordy, but at the end of the day, it's activities that promote optimizing existing resources that we have to not only meet the needs of today, but also meet the needs of future generations without compromising the resources available. So we talked about yesterday the fire station and even the materials that we use for building that fire station in hopes to create some longevity of that building. So examples are not only, sometimes when we think about sustainability, we think on the environment, but this includes economic development. We have an economic development committee. These are natural resources, social factors, entrepreneurship, housing, we talked about affordable housing, work-life conditions, community engagement, education, and healthcare. So the strategic plan as it stands today touches all of these different factors, social, economic, and natural. And then last but not least, we have the organizational effectiveness. So we always want to look inside our organization as a means for how we operate. And if we have a strong organizational posture, we are able to be more effective in a community. So when we think about organizational effectiveness, it's really those activities that promote a positive workplace culture, activities that promote resource leveraging and efficiencies in our process and practices. So policies, making sure that we have the right policies in place to guide us in the decisions that we make. But some examples that I've listed here is the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging behaviors. We have a town DEI strategic plan, competitive pay with the board, approving pay reclassification, training and development, established policies and procedures, and business continuity and operations. So these are things that went in place, and when we're being very robust and intentional around these activities, we have strong organizational effectiveness, which in turn helps us to be able to execute in other areas. So the next steps in continuing to execute the plan are as follows. Right now, what we've done is we've taken this document and we are working as a staff to identify leads for each initiative and objective. So what I mean by a lead is when you think about, one of the examples is update a comprehensive plan. So when we think about our organization, who in our organization or what area in our organization should take the lead on doing that? And that would be, for example, planning department. Now we understand and recognize that there will be other staff in other areas to help support those activities, but they really will be the ones who will be the point of contact to discuss progression of the work, though to provide recommendations on priority of work in relation to organizational activities. So we heard an update on a comprehensive plan yesterday during the first part of our planning. Identify personnel and operational related resources. So if we need to have more resources in support of this activity, the lead will be the one to help facilitate those conversations, as well as facilitate that process for collecting and maintaining data. So what are our data sources associated with the comprehensive plan, and how do we make sure those data sources stay up to date? Some of the other activities that we're doing as a staff liaison, we're working with the town advisory boards and committees to identify the objectives and initiatives within the plan that align to the board committee and priorities. So really what we're doing is saying that this is our plan as a board and committee. What, as your purpose as a board and committee, how do your activity, how does your purpose align to the strategic plan? We have done this work in both EDAC and Culture Diversity Committee, where we've taken specific objectives and initiatives and slated them for that committee. And now the committee is working on creating actions around those objectives and initiatives. So they're essentially creating a work plan to bring to the board and get approval on if this is the direction that you want them to go. But at the end of the day, the purpose and the goal is to make sure that whatever work that we're doing, we can tie back to that strategic plan. So the plan is that over the next couple of months, really a couple of weeks, when you think about it, we will continue as a staff to flush out those objectives and initiatives for each department and area, as well as to determine the FY24 priority or actions that we plan to take in support of executing that plan. And we will bring a draft of those priorities and actions to the board for review in late spring. At this time, what questions might you have?
Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Malia. I'd just like to add a comment that I for one, have been involved in many organizations that write vision statements and vision statements, and it's to check the box and say that you did it. It's a lot of fluffy words that don't really mean anything. So I'm really proud that our vision statements help inform the strategic future of the town. So they really mean something. So great job, good staff to help us craft those, and also I'm happy that they were simplified from some of the earlier ones we had that were really lengthy and had too many words. So good job, appreciate it. If we have questions, we'll move on to the next one. ARPA funding. Thank you.
So Malia was really the one responsible for helping to pull together this series of information from the department heads. But Malia, I'm happy to kind of get it kicked off. We have gone through and talked to staff related to potential uses of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, and had them put together what some of those priorities might look like. And Malia, I know that there were a couple slides to get through here, so if you want to go through these before we get to the individual staff projects that we're going to go through kind of one by one. And we are looking for some level of feedback from the board on some of these. We understand that there would be commitments today to actually spend the money, but are the things that kind of start to rise to the top, or things that you know that you would not be interested in pursuing, for us to maybe start to narrow that down a little bit. And if we need to do some additional prioritization work with the board after today, we're happy to do that, because we do understand that the asks for the needs that have been identified outpace the available funds. So with that, Malia, we'll turn it back over to you.
Good morning again. So as we kick off the conversation around the ARPA funds, we wanted to provide you an overview of how those funds have been allocated and the remaining available funds to date. So we have the ARPA fund general allocation of $9,344,005. And then, of course, the Board of Commissioners, you all earmarked the affordable housing at 1.5. Today, we have encumbrances of a little over $1 million, and I believe that's related to schematic design of the fire station. And then we have some expenditures, which gives us a remaining available funds of approximately $6,630,501. We also use these funds to execute premium pay for a period of time with staff. And that was, the allocation was a little over 1.3 million. The expenditures there was 853,000, and the remaining premium pay fund is 460,000. And those remaining funds we're also using as part of the reclassification in support of that expenditure. So the total ARPA allocation, $10,560,906. So as Becky shared, we have staff that you'll hear from in a few minutes who have provided proposals of one-time costs associated with use of these funds. And we will hear these proposals in the order that you see there. But wanted to pay attention to the bottom line, which we can't see. It's a little over 8.9 million. So as you can tell, the ask you for those ARPA funds keep the availability of what we have to date. So we will start with Fire Station 3, Rob.
I think we covered all of this yesterday. The assumptions in this memo differ somewhat from some assumptions we talked about yesterday. We still talk about value engineering, FF&E costs, and certain lead or sustainability options. The 6858720 does eliminate the opportunity to do other things with ARPA money. They take it from here.
Sure. So what you have up on the screen is trying to sort of keep track of the math with what we believe we're dealing with Fire Station 3. So we do have what is the current anticipated cost of construction at around $7 million. And then understanding that there will be some additional options like we talked about yesterday, as well as the FF&E costs. Trying to look conservatively at the potential for some value engineering savings. We think that we are likely to land somewhere in the ballpark of about $7.5 million for the cost to bring that station up and running. And that is in addition to what the board has already approved. So this does not count the cost of design. That is already in the encumbrances for ARPA. So that's already accounted for as we're keeping track of our budget dollars. So as discussed, there is a funding offset that's going to be in the proposed FY24 budget. That is the balance of the personnel and operating costs that we will not need during FY24 because the station won't get open, that we are proposing to help offset the cost of construction. So if you do that, it brings down the cost to about $6.8, $6.9 million. Really, the big question to the board is, although we understand that these are not locked in numbers at this point, we're a few months away from having that information. We expect with everything that we know today that we're probably going to land somewhere in that neighborhood, barring any major changes in the market. And I've had some discussions with a couple of you about the fact that actually some of the cost of goods may actually be going down, which may actually work to our advantage over the next few months. But if we are in the neighborhood of 6.8, 6.9, if you look back at the available ARPA funds, it's really up to this board as far as if you said, you know what, we want to absolutely minimize any debts that we would have to take out on the fire station. And so we just want to put every available ARPA dollar towards Fire Station 3, avoid any of that or take out very little of that, then the conversation's sort of over because that's going to basically eat up all the available ARPA dollars. One thing that we have talked about is, do you set an amount of money from the ARPA funds that you want to use towards the fire station and be willing to take out a construction loan for the balance? So $1 million construction loan, a $2 million construction loan, using ARPA dollars for the rest of the cost of construction would free up those ARPA dollars for some of these other purposes. It's really about this board's appetite to do that, your desire to do that. And so we're in a little bit of a difficult position because we don't know the total cost of construction. These aren't locked in numbers, but at least understanding your openness to that would help us, I guess, understand how much we might have in play with remaining ARPA dollars or not. So I think maybe we should take a pause here and back from the board on appetite for a construction loan of some amount to be able to use ARPA for some other purposes.
I'll start the conversation. I'm definitely in favor of doing that. I don't, I think to spend nearly all of the money on one thing is really unfair to the other departments that have some assets here. So I would be in favor of taking out a construction loan for $1 or $2 million so that we can fund all these other things. Yeah.
Becky, say we took out $1.5 million, what's that annual, what would be that debt repayment, and what is that, and then you can plug it into your budget overview for the next few years?
To the forecasted model, sure, I can do that while we're working through this, but bottom line, because of the dollar amount that we're talking about, we would need to go to the LGC for approval, and so you might as well be looking at probably like a 10-year repayment term. So based on current interest rates, I've had an email from Teresa that I can pull up, but I think, Teresa, we were around, for $1 million, it was around 125,000 a year. So if it was 2 million, double that to maybe around 250 a year for the principal and interest over a 10-year term.
I got you.
So 1.5.
That's,
with-
what's that? Okay.
So 250 would be just over a third of a penny. And that would be if we needed to increase the tax rate. We can plug it in depending on how we move some things around. It's possible that we could absorb that.
They don't know what has to be like, I was paying for the fire station.
We don't have a separate cost because they're doing a number of facilities at that location. So they're it's like a 17-acre campus with like 3 different municipal facilities being built on it. So I don't know that they have a cost breakdown per facility as opposed to the entire project.
So to answer their approaching question, 1.5 million would be $184,000.
What are the thoughts of the other? Urban? Good morning.
I mean, I guess if I'm looking at it from what makes sense with the OGC, is obviously, I don't know if you want to say we're going to average update like pedestrian crossing, stormwater assessment, public records, town hall. If that's probably a higher lift for them to sort of warrant it, it's probably a lot easier to say on public safety. So I don't have a problem doing that. I was just thinking in my mind, say, I went to a bank and X, Y, or Z. So I don't know, $2 million lift, maybe we split the baby, but I'm fine with that.
What is that delta? From how much we have? 8.9 about 2 million. About 2 million. Commissioner Tafano, you have any thoughts on this? interest rate?
is 3.84%. And that was from, she contacted the banks to get, a likely interest rate for that.
Do you have any thoughts, Commissioner DeFarmo, on? Would you be in favor of taking out a construction loan? Or not?
I need to see what the allocation for the other funds would be for the other departments before we make that decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Uber? You have thoughts on, you in favor or not of taking out a construction loan?
I have some questions first. I'm a little confused here on, the paperwork is saying we have a balance of over 6 million in ARPA.
Sure, if we can flip back to that page. Yes, so looking at this page, the 6.63 million is guaranteed remaining available funds. So absolutely not accounted for sitting in our bank. The remaining 463,000 is a cushion that we have right now that when the board approves the pay plan reclassification, those funds are sort of our swing dollars to make sure that we don't exceed budget, paying the higher rate of salaries through the close of this fiscal year. So we'll know at the close of this fiscal year how much of the 463,000. We're trying to absorb all of the pay increases with existing lapsed salaries, and it's absolutely absorbing a very large chunk of it. We're just not sure if it's going to be quite enough. So it's possible that we'll be able to add the 6.6 plus the 463, and it would bump you up over $7 million in available funds. I just can't bank on the 463,000 today, but we can bank on the 6.6.
Okay, I'm confused because March 27th, we had, we were told we had over 7 million. And that, that's not being earmarked, encumbered, or expended. So that's why I'm a little confused.
Sure, the encumbrance number is now higher because the board approved use of ARPA funds to complete the design work on Fire Station 3.
Okay, because that's when we were doing all that, and that's why we were discussing that, and I had asked you how much that we have, and so that's why I'm
Yeah.
a little confused.
Yeah, so the only number that's changed on this, since that conversation, is your encumbrance number. That's because of the additional, I can't even remember what that allocation was.
578,000.
So that's to complete the design work to have construction ready plans for Fire Station 3.
Okay, so as for the, taking out a loan until we actually have the budget in order and know what exactly is going to happen with tax rate and all that. I'm really not sure yet if I would agree with that because right now, I am leaning to the less debt we have, the better, and adding more on citizens of this town. I don't want to do that, so I'm more in favor of using every dime we can to get cash as much. If it all comes back to public safety, and if this town is going to grow, we have to have this, and the less debt we have, I believe the better.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, ARPA funds is a blessing from the Lord. All towns all over there. And before we got ARPA, we anticipated building Fire Station 3, which we were gonna have to put anyway. So, as the mayor has stated, and as I looked over this, you know, we did this about a year ago. We sort of broke down what we thought it should be or what things, and you look at them, I'm in total agreement with the mayor. You don't want to spend everything we got on one project when all the other departments are listed there, desires and needs, which is reasonable. I look at this building, this audio system here. I hear people watching can't hear us. I can't hear it. Y'all hear that too. I even caught some people saying they said they can't hear. The video is bad in the other room too. But I'm in favor of we're getting along. I mean, we're gonna have to get a whole loan, but now we're getting a partial loan. Fire Station 3, I guess I'm one of the ones who push harder than anybody else, simply because that part of the city is not covered like others. And as Chief showed us yesterday, the area that will be covered is a great need for our citizens and Matthews. And the people north of 74 deserve to have a good response. I'm a twice cancer survivor, and I have called the medics twice, and they have responded. And the fire department, when my father was going on, so that's good response where they are now. But it's that one. Really, conditions in here, need John and Gina, that fire station is going to benefit us because we're on that side of the town. I'm in favor there and support of whatever funds we need, and us, Teresa, that's a good raise. Got a bank 3 points at this day and time. That's an excellent rate. The majority of that I've talked to, running somewhere in the neighborhood of 5.7 or 6, 1 and 2. So you gotta take that rate if you can lock into it. That's a very good rate. Yes, I'm for favor and helping these other departments too.
Thank you. I do want to make a comment to Commissioner Hoover's comments. I certainly see your point, but there are other things on this list that are also safety related, like fire station number 2 outfit and police record management and CAD system upgrade. So there are a couple items on the list that are also public safety related. Respond to that question.
Okay, well, just a thought. How much is that? What's the value of that property?
Aside,
The little white house.
I
I'm
have
trying to figure out.
to look up the updated tax value. I know we paid. I can look for that.
That's fine.
But ballpark, yeah.
I'm just thinking in general, maybe a way to offset some of these things we need. When we have properties like this, maybe we should start considering things like this. Should we start selling off some of the town's property to help pay cash for this stuff? Instead of bringing in more of a burden to develop stuff with that? It's just a thought. I don't know. We got a lot of money going around here, right here and there, just concerned with that.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Okay. Thumbs up. Good with the taking the loan? It sounds like the consensus would be to take some sort of loan.
The current appraised value of that property, Commissioner Hoover, is 409.4, and we would pay back $300,000 for it.
Got a good deal. So I think there's a consensus maybe to take out a loan,
Okay.
Minimize the loan I'm hearing. There's been some requests to get additional information as well, so before we do that, and get more information.
Sure, and of course, we wouldn't be looking to take out that loan until we had a locked in number on the actual cost, which is going to be later on.
Are we just about to leave this subject?
No, we're actually going to go through all of the proposals,
All the what?
all of the proposals that you see up on the screen.
Exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
There's going to be a presentation on every one of these.
Yeah, right. That's actually where we're about to spend the majority of our day. So,
Right.
so buckle up, as we're about to hear a bunch of funding requests.
So next up, we have Chief Kenneth with Fire Station 2 update.
What else do you want, Rob?
More and when. Okay, so Fire Station 2. Fire Station 2 is a 20-plus-year-old facility. It opened in the 1990s as Matthews MS, a volunteer organization that was formerly UMEC. If you're familiar with the Jiffy Lube on Matthews Mitchell Road, their base was behind Jiffy Lube before that. The space was created to serve the needs of 2 full-time employees and a volunteer rescue squad. The departments combined in 2008. We've been using it as Fire Station 2 since 2008. The facility is dated. It's nicknamed the cell block, if that gives you any indication of what it's like. Over the years, CJ and Public Works have replaced the bay floor. We've spent significantly over the last 2 budget cycles to renovate all the bathrooms, laundry area, the decon area. We did work with Robert Serrano, who helped the police department with some upfits to do an assessment of the building. And we've come up with a renovation plan that brings the building up to current needs. The remodel that we would propose basically redoes the living quarters, kitchen remodel, creation of a locker room. There is no locker room. The lockers are in the hall, serve 2 bathrooms. The sleeping quarters are dormitory style with bunk beds. We need to renovate that space. Floor coverings need to be replaced. Carpet in there is 20-something years old, as you can imagine. Again, it met the need 20+ years ago. It has served its time, and to continue to be a viable base to operate with what we anticipate 5 to 7 people 24 hours a day. Going forward, we need to add space to accommodate the battalion chief, and most of these spaces exist. We just need to rehab them and do some rearranging, but to accommodate the battalion chiefs that we talked about yesterday, the company officer, we provide space to Mecklenburg County Fire Marshal at Station 2, which has been a tremendous asset for us. We need to continue to do that. We need to build a locker room, much like the unisex locker room we talked about yesterday, and bring the kitchen appliances up to the size and scope we need to support 7 people around the clock. Life been involved in this heavily. We've gotten estimates from 2 or 3 contractors. We went back and refreshed the contract for the estimates. The 165 number, 155, 680 includes kitchen remodel, includes all those things: kitchen remodel, new floor covering, renovations and rehab, electrical work, fire alarm work, running some gas lines for a gas stove, and actually venting the stove out of the kitchen. New floor coverings, like I mentioned, and hopefully will give us another 20 years of serviceable life.
2 questions / comments. One, I did a ride along last year at this facility. It was a really fun. It was a good time, but I remember they were complaining about some like cracking in the shower and stuff like that. Can we fix that?
We did. So the money that was put into Fire Station 2 last fiscal year was to fix the bathrooms. We completely rehabbed the bathrooms. We completely rehabbed the decon room. And then we also put aside funding. They're still working through the construction of it, but we're going to replace the installation in the Bay Area. That is, I think like a bird got in and destroyed it or something bizarre. But that needs replacing. And then actually a large fan that has a name that I can't say out loud, the brand name. The big donkey fan, to get some better circulation, because right now their main seating area is actually temperature controlled. And to that point, Mayor Pro Tem, I did a ride along as well. I tease them that it will go down in history as the most expensive ride along ever. But because just, through those conversations, it was, what do you all need? And, show me around the facility. And And it's fair to say that, that facility has not had a lot of love, for a long time. And we started putting some love into it last fiscal year. But in working with Rob and really looking at how does that space need to be reconfigured to make it useful and bring it up to a standard that I think anyone would be proud to work out of. It does need a little bit of an additional investment, but we do think it'll set it up for the next 10 to 12 years, which with, but at the end of the day is a relatively low investment.
That's what I noticed. It needs tender love and care. But the other point I wanted to ask is, with the design of Fire Station 3, you kind of talk about that straight shot to the bays. There's really not that in this facility. You kind of have to go around corners and stuff to get out to trucks. And I'm not mistaken, like you're in the lot. It's not, you kind of have to go through a corridor. Is there any way to fix that in this facility to make it more of a straight shot to get to the?
No, not really, but the living quarter, or of course, the living quarter is back right up to the bay. You're familiar with where the desk was with all the computers, that will become the day room.
Okay.
And the entire area that is the kitchen, dining, day room now will become the kitchen, dining.
Okay.
The bedrooms, we're moving some of the doors to accommodate more bed space, so we're not bunk bedding, so to speak. And unfortunately, no. Well, there we go. It is what it is. It is a 10,000 square foot facility, but typical of that vintage, 6,000 square feet of it is bay space. So all of the money that we allocated for bedroom or for bathroom, the work that we did last year, the architectural work, the ceiling insulation encapsulation that we're working on, the brand name fan, was all money that we allocated out of existing operating budgets from both Public Works and Fire. So we've done all that work. We also renovated all the bathrooms at Station 1, which was sorely needed. We spent on the roofs of both buildings heavily. Let that run 160 for the roof work at both stations. It's just a guess. But we've tried to keep them speed. We just need a large infusion to bring stations where it needs.
Mr. Topano.
Hello?
Yes. So I just wanted to think about possible alternatives. They might be a little bit more expensive, but maybe in the long run wouldn't be. Is there enough land on the current Fire Station 1 to put an outbuilding to have all these facilities for the staff? Or there isn't? So what is the land right directly behind? There's a home there, correct?
Nancy Williams.
Station 2. Oh, at the police department. Okay, please forgive me. In that case, I withdraw all my questions. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Other questions or comments for Chief? I fully support making these upgrades. We ask our fire employees to spend a good amount of time there and need to be comfortable and functional. And we owe that to our employees. I think this is something that should be high priority. That's all you get. Let's move on to the next one, the bike pedestrian connection from Riverbank to 4 Mile Creek. Corey.
Yes. All right. So a number of years ago, residents reached out to staff as well as some elected officials at the time. And actually, can you scroll down to the map? Yes. right, so they reached out to us, like I said, Philadelphia elected officials, and expressed a desire to make this connection directly on to 4 Mile Creek. You can see residents on the street, and other streets, they could see the greenway, but they simply could not gain direct access to it. And so, yes. So if you can see the arrow where it says project area, roughly 2 houses down, one of the neighbors, they graciously allow walkers to walk through their backyard to gain direct access to 4 Mile Creek. So we talked about it, and the town board did give staff to go ahead to forward some design. Illustration of the area that we're talking about. And so what we found was, reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers, and so this is a tributary to 4 Mile Creek Greenway, and we would have to cross it. One thought was to install a culvert. Working with the Army Corps, the culvert would create more oversight by them. Span Bridge was the most efficient way to make this crossing. And so I can move forward with bridge design, and we also plan to implement some design bill to complete the exact or precise connection. We see here on the bottom left is the actual tributary, tight squeeze in between some homes. On the bottom right,
Corey, is that fence on the right of way?
it is,
Would it have to be moved?
it would have to be moved.
I think you're going the wrong way.
Technically, the property owner should be responsible for moving it. I guess that'd be a question we have for the board. Is it them or us, to make that happen? And on the top left, you see this is the connection we made directly onto 4 Mile Creek Greenway. To the north of this is the Old Public Works facility. So we would make the connection, say, north of that bridge, the walkers would just cross the bridge that would across the 4 Mile Creek. If not funded, the walkers would continue to simply access the greenway, or they would attempt to access the greenway right along here where it does. You sort of see where the bridge is about right here. So right here, these backyards, you have direct access to it. I believe this is over here. That is about here. And onto the greenway. So the rough cost, estimated cost to make the connection is $156,000. That includes the bridge and the concrete access from the bridge to Riverbanks here, and also the connection directly onto that area north of the bridge crossing.
Corey, would trees have to be removed to facilitate this connection?
So it is very likely these trees in here will be lost. We believe we can make it happen in between. There's a couple of, there's some trees right here where we would have to go in between them. So look better right here. We believe we can make it, but there would be at least loss of 1 or 2.
And are these, I know, I think I know the answer to this. Are the neighbors here in favor of this connection?
So this neighbor, well, the original neighbor has moved, and it's a new neighbor on this side.
On the left,
On the, if you're on,
on the right?
this is a,
That's the doctor?
doctor has moved.
Oh, okay.
So
Very
this is
good.
a new
That's good.
neighbor. And we've had conversations, and they are in favor of it. Have not really had conversations with this neighbor. So it is tough to say.
But to clarify, it is a dedicated right of
Yeah,
way,
it's a dedicated-
dedicated access.
It is roughly 10 feet of town right away. It was part of the evaluation with the original construction for Long Creek Greenway to make that connection, but the decision was to make a connection further down.
Yeah, I think, that possibly could enhance the value for these homeowners of having direct access to that nearby. The doctor obviously was we had some very uncomfortable, Jeff Miller and I had some very uncomfortable conversations, very much against the connection.
Yeah, and, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't have anything else, unless there's any questions, or you have more to say.
Just to add, looking at one of the initiatives in the strategic plan, or the draft strategic plan is making.
I have a question. Go ahead, Corey, Country Place, have we made a connection already?
That is there, that connection is about 0.4 miles away from Riverbank. So the alternative will be to either walk through the backyard or they would walk through the front door.
Are we doing two connections or just
This is one.
I heard you mention something about should the owner pay for the fence for us. My thinking on that, man, we don't want the greenway there to make the owner pay for it. That's my thought.
They took some liberties and, decided that's where they wanted their fence. I can see the pink ribbon is the boundary.
So the fence is in the right of way.
Correct.
Mr. Connell.
Corey, if you could bring up the, I guess it was called site plan, I suppose, all the parcels on it. There you go. Okay, so if I'm starting on Trade Street, I'm trying to get a mental picture of where I am on this. Have I already crossed the boardwalk or this is the other end? So this is Fullwood right here. Yeah. So Country Place Park is right here, Matthews United Methodist Church. Right, right. And so yeah, coming out Country Place here. Okay, okay. Thank you.
I just have a comment. I think if we green light this and we're gonna build although the homeowner did build in our right of way, I think it would be a fairly easy task for the town or our contractor to remove that fence. It would be in favor of us paying for that. Maybe not rebuilding it, but I certainly think we can take it down. That should be very expensive. I wouldn't think. Are there any other thoughts or comments, questions about this? The Greenway, well, heard me say, I was one of the people that wasn't a big Greenway fan when they first started building them, but I think they really are a treasure in our town. I've said many times, my home office overlooks the 4 Mile Creek Greenway, and it's used a lot. I mean, it's every 30 seconds I see somebody go walking or riding or running or skating down the Greenway. So one of our great assets, and I think giving ready access to more of our citizens is a good thing. That would allow a lot more people to easily access Greenway. It's really a fantastic amenity that we have here in Matthews.
Corey, would this access be ADA compliant?
It would not, we would agree to make it as flat as possible with the given grade. This is the existing grade, well, the existing sidewalk, and then grade down toward the creek is the challenge. We would terrace it, meaning we would span roughly 12 feet, have a flat landing, another 12 feet, attempt to have a second flat landing. Working back in Burke County, and with the other access being here that is accessible, this is an acceptable connection. We would just label it as not ADA accessible.
I'm sorry, would it be asphalt or gravel or what?
That's going to be part of that design build conversation, likely concrete on this side of it, but on this connection here from the bridge actually to the Greenway, could be asphalt or concrete.
But it would be more accessible than the neighbor's yard.
It will be,
Just
yes,
kind of backyard, right?
it is,
Okay.
it's, roots and mud. This would be a.
Like a paved connection of some type.
Yeah, I think that neighbor, whoever they are, they're being very gracious, but it's unfair burden, I think, for us to expect people to walk through someone's yard continually. Any other questions or comments? We've been talking about this for a long time. It's many years, so it is a dedicated right away. I'd like to see it. Activity. All right, no other questions? Let's move on. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
So the existing Parks and Recreation Master Plan was adopted in 2006. The exercise done in 2005. And the thought was the document reflected the needs, wants, demands of residents of Matthews in 2015. I think it's safe to say that we all would agree that Matthews has changed since 2015, and certainly since 2005 and 2006. So this ask is to certainly upgrade or update our existing Parks and Recreation plan. Looking at the number of opportunities we've had recently for property. Seminole, Godiva Road, those things sort of allow us to react, but we're simply reacting. So one example is looking at Rice Park, where we have put pickleball courts. Saw that, that's what the people really want. So this document will certainly update what we view as the demands of the new college demand. Be more deliberate, proactive, and pursue certain facilities and certain activities. We'll be getting back up. So the existing master plan really does just simply look at facilities, parks, and buildings. This master plan would also look at programming, identify those gaps, looking at what we're currently offering, what people in Matthews love us to see or love to see more of, in addition to looking at. All that is pretty critical with programming. The way we sort of program now is, we certainly look at what's successful, and we attempt to continue to do what we're good at. One challenge that I do make with staff is to at least 10% of programs and activities are new or re-engineered. But we know that there's some gaps, some unknown, where we just simply not offering that we know or that we can find out that people really want us. Timing wise, looking at the comprehensive plan for Matthews, a lot of that, some of the legwork is going to be done right now. So we certainly implement any of the findings that come out of this plan, incorporate that, but we would ask more direct, narrow questions of Parks and Recreation. What new facilities do we need? What new programs do we want to offer? Events to bring to Matthews? Just simply getting up that more updated answers to what.
I think another way to say this, and talking with Corey, is when you do look at the amount of properties that we have acquired, that we're holding on to, that we haven't developed, I think there are a lot of questions around how should they be properly developed in a way that certainly balances cost, but is directly responsive to what our community wants right now. And so, you've got the property out at Pleasant Plains and the Keys, you've got the DeBoer property. We think we know what we want to put into Purser Holdley, but that one's right around the corner. And so right now, we're really, the best we have is 2005 data. And so we're really, and then of course the smaller parcels that you talked about that, hey, we could probably jam a pickleball court onto it, but right now, the 2005 plan, I don't even think has the word pickleball in it, because that really exists in people's worldview back in 2005. So we really are at an advantage knowing where we're trying to go with some of these properties without the updated data to support what or how or why we're trying to do things.
This would be done by a third party. Correct. Send that out. RFP. Any questions for Corey on this one?
I do have a question, Corey, real quick. How does this plan interplay with Mecklenburg County parks in the area? We hear about that a lot. Well, county has a park, or there's this in the park. How or can it take that into account so there isn't a duplication of offerings, or those things are counted towards our inventory, since a citizen would be just as happy to go to Mecklenburg County Park than Matthews Park?
Certainly, Mecklenburg County will be heavily involved in this process. Looking at, Mecklenburg County updated their master plan, I want to say maybe 2 years ago now, but fairly recently. And we would certainly take themes, looking at what they found, and maybe attempt to just bring it more narrow into what they found related to Matthew. But looking at what Mecklenburg County has found, some of the things that certainly water in splash park is desired in this area as well as the county in general. The short answer to your question is we will certainly involve pulling in what we could from their master plan, working with their staff to also just sort of talk through what they have in the hopper, what they have in around, and incorporate that into.
Mr. Garner.
Where's the skate park?
That's what we would find out. Skate parks are interesting. We certainly go that, I think it was about 2005, 2007. But we had some good conversations with skate parks.
I say that kind of joking, but I mean, it keeps coming out, right? And I don't know when, but there was a young lady, I think, who put together a petition for a skate park. I don't know if she ever brought it to you, but there's sort of I wouldn't say a gap, but now that I have a 13-year-old, I see room for, for park programming around town, or amenities that fit sort of that middle school, lower level high school age group, where they don't have a lot of the same freedom somebody that has their driver's license might have, but and I think skate parks fit that need.
It's pretty convenient when there are people in the community that are willing to come forward and say, hey, the skate park. But I think what we do, or what I do a lot, is simply reacting to maybe that local one. So people hear from may not reflect what the entire community is really wants. So it's a narrow, focused conversation.
And I think the other part of that is through a process like this is helping identify where that might fit best. Coming from communities that have built them, they're not always well received. Sometimes there's a negative connotation with a skate park, but where, say, we found success in a community that I used to work for was building it near an existing municipal facility that was open and could be monitored on a regular basis. And so it's not kind of off yonder, in the middle of the woods, sort of a situation. And so we were very successful in being able to monitor it. It was gated, and so it was locked up at night. So we really didn't have issues with it, but, right out the gate, not to, solve it, but, if the park comes to fruition near the community center, it's a very large space. It's right next to an existing municipal facility. There may be some space for something like that there, but I think those are the types of resources through a process like this. We can also help figure out where best the option.
Corey, I had a question. A constituent brought this up to me is, and like you're familiar with Yvonne Park, kind of towards Valentine, it's got like soccer fields and lacrosse and that sort of thing. It's open to the public. You don't have to have a reservation to go out there. You can kind of just go play soccer. And they were complaining that sportsplex, you have to have a reservation or pay for it to do that. Is there anywhere in Matthews where someone could go just toss the football like an actual field or play some practice soccer without having to pay out of pocket?
No, at this point, the only opportunity is, there's a fairly small field in Windsor Park. Maybe we're ready to kick a soccer ball because it's a nice creek, pretty close to the edge. Of the mall, right over the big creek. But no, I mean, other than first, right now, it is.
Yeah, I think, I guess that was kind of thing I wanted to bring up is, there's some other areas, the Charlotte metro area that have open fields and stuff, and I know people who live in that, you should drive 45 minutes to Elon Park to practice soccer with their buddies, because they can't afford it or don't have the reserve time.
Now, I will say, I see a lot of soccer type activities in Downtown Park, you know, it's open grass, I mean, it's on a bit of a hill, but near the volleyball court, the balls and throw and stuff, and flips.
And I think that's another great point about this is, you know, in the years that I've been with the town, I think how it's always been described to me as is that, you know, Matthews has historically left the programs, outdoor recreation, or even the fields to the private sector, or they haven't been offered in Matthews. You know, I think with intentionality, if the town decides it wants to get in that game or start to offer those kind of resources, if there's the right kind of plan to figure out how best to do that, where to do it, how much is maybe needed, but that is a different level of you know, facility investments and maintenance than what we have historically done. You know, right now, it's brush hog our fields a couple times a year, and that's kind of it. But I think this could demonstrate that there is a community desire for this type of thing.
I don't want to raise the skate park parade. I am concerned about liability. Because people get hurt with regularity on skate parks.
The state has already provided protection to municipalities. If you build a skate park, you are excluded from any liability on it.
Fantastic. All right, that's great. As a, believe it or not, former skateboarder, I know that there's, you know, falling is, you know, inevitable, and people don't always wear the safety. They do. It affects people differently.
Just to add one more comment, probably, I would not be surprised if you did not hear from this group of players. You know, we talk a lot about pickleball. If you did not know it, badminton, they are a energized group of people. And the amount of time that we've had to take away from them in group rec centers, right now, that's the only place to play. It will probably come when you say, why is Corey taking away my badminton time? It's badminton is another activity.
I guess popular in the 60s and 70s, I didn't know it was still popular. Sorry? Commissioner Garner, do you have another comment?
I was just gonna say that, right now skateboarders are skating in parking lots with cars driving around, so if you give people a place to go that's safer than.
No, I don't understand. I just want to make sure that they wouldn't be suing the town when they fall down and crack their head. If we're excluded from liability. Great, that was always my concern. Liability. Any other questions on this report? Yeah, I think this is something we need to do. We haven't done it since 2005. A lot has changed. Corey, can you tell me the difference between pickleball and head down or paddle or?
So you've probably seen the courts near Pleasant Plain.
I refer to them as pickleball courts that got slapped down pretty quickly. How dare you?
Yeah, so in this pickleball conversation, I did reach out to the Minnesota Golf Club, had some good conversations with that group, and yeah, I said, yeah, you do pickleball courts. And they're like, no, those are not pickleball. I cannot tell you what the difference is. It looks like pickleball, it looks like pickleball. So, you know,
I thought you might be able to. What's the difference?
That was like squash, where you have balls around you.
quite often as well.
I don't have any walls of them, right? Do they?
They do.
No, if it,
The one blades have walls?
yeah, that plexiglass walls, right?
Oh, they're plexiglass. I can't see them, that's why. My limited eyesight, I didn't know that. Oh, that's interesting.
All match.
Very good. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Move on to our next item, town stormwater assessment. DJ.
All right, thank you, Mayor. You're okay?
Yes, sir.
So I brought this to the board's attention. Our stormwater system has never been fully mapped. We've made attempts over time, with town staff to do it, never had really the option to map the whole thing. We had a quick assessment done by a company, Relation Ravenel, looking at what data was lacking. They found that really only about a third of the system has points there, and they're not really identified well. There's pipes, condition of the of what is there is not listed. It's not in good condition. Right now, we're kind of flying blind as far as stormwater issues come up and what the condition is of the stormwater system. We're basically working on the fire condition. Wasn't here to do that. So basically, we get a complaint in, there's sinkholes in my yard, what's going on? We go out there, try to evaluate if it's a stormwater system, if it is, and we schedule it. We don't have any proactive of determining what projects may be coming up. And there are probably some large projects. We have some large old storage systems in the town, but we really have no idea what they're we received an estimate to look at the whole system and do an assessment of the system that was more than we could afford. So what we're looking at doing is a kind of a useful approach, which is something that's sustainable over years. This first step, which is $650,000, is to go out there and to map all of the inlets, outlets, and get the dimensions of the piping system that are in there and all the ditches as well. That'll give us a good base forward, and then on a 10-year rotating cycle, we're looking at doing assessments ongoing, and that'll be funded through the stormwater fund, not from this 10-year cycle to map out what's going on, do an assessment of the pipes themselves, and find out condition. We'll start with the oldest areas in town and make our way.
To be clear, though, this would be eligible for stormwater funding, but we are maxing out existing costs with existing revenues. So right now, that is a fund that is designed where the fees that we've received in should be funding all of the work that is stormwater eligible. The last time we raised fees was 2016. And so we are reaching a point where we are not going to be proposing it for FY24, but we do anticipate that there could be a proposal to increase fees in 25 as the cost of performance services is maxing out with existing revenues. So this would be an example of that $140,000 ongoing cost for water eligible, but we would need a different fee structure in order to absorb that cost. Right now, we generate approximately $900,000 annually stormwater revenues that we use to complete work.
Right, thank you. I do think it's very important that we map our system. My day job, I work as an engineer with valves and fittings, and I discovered, you may know this, DJ, that many towns across the country, when they go do this type of work, I don't think this happened in Matthews, but they have discovered stormwater and water supply piping actually made out of wooden logs that are, there's in some cases still in use. If you can, they talked to a gentleman in Philadelphia, and they went and mapped a section of their water supply piping and discovered that it was wooden. Put it in 1860 or something, was still being used, believe it or not. So it's really neat. I think it's important that we have know where all our piping is and things that are just important. Mr. Bob?
Yes, EJ, I'm assuming by your comments that we do not have schematic, engineering schematic for the network in place at this time.
Got something there, but it's not active.
Any idea what percentage of the network is documented at this point?
Yeah, roughly 30%. say.
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, it's surprising that things like this weren't documented as they were installed, but it's very common all across the whole country. Even large cities like Cleveland, Charlotte, don't have detailed piping schematics, so they sometimes start digging and run into stuff they didn't even know was there.
I think this also helps when we're talking about assessing the condition of the system. I know there's been various conversations with various parts of town. We do have a targeted study going on in the downtown area right now. But this will also help us get a sense of where there may be issues in the system that we're completely unaware of, that will allow work to be targeted, maybe more proactively, to be able to address some of those issues.
Mr. Plum,
Yeah, you just answered the question that I was about to ask. In other words, what are we going to do with this study? I know, where are we with the downtown study?
Yeah, so they have finished the survey of it. We've gone through and walked it and looked at some preliminary issues. They're working on final reports with Westall. I should be presenting that to the board next at same month.
Super, thanks.
yeah, you have to remember a lot of this piping was installed many decades ago.
And I'll say I haven't done any wood pipe here when I worked on the road. I did find a section downtown where we went from VIP, RCP, so that's duct line pipe, to reinforced concrete pipe, to terracotta pipe, wood pipe, all within about 20 feet.
Amazing. Mr. Garner?
TJ, this is not about the study, which I support, but it's about the sinkholes on John Street. Do you have an update on that? Are you?
So, yeah, interestingly, I was told originally that that is an issue from the adjoining property owner that's connected to the state system without inspection, without permission, and that it was on them to fix and they would reply to that. But then 2 weeks ago, I received CPT who said they were waiting on a gas service to be moved and they would be fixing. So it's my assumption that they've decided to go into the responsibility.
Since that one has formed, it's now a new sinkhole on the other side of John Street. And it has cones around it, but for people who don't know, there's been a sinkhole on John Street that hit a family of 4. It's 5 feet deep. The new one is at the farmer's market property. But this one is beside the condos, been there for 2 years and nobody's known what to do with it. I was just looking at my notes. The first time I saw it was 2 years ago. It keeps getting bigger, but and that aside is why I think this is important for us to know what is where, so it doesn't take 2 years to get somebody. I'm not putting this on you. This is not a town issue, but to get somebody to take responsibility and fix it.
Jackie, check on that other one. They're going to be out there filling in. The other one. Okay.
You know, they had a big sinkhole in Charlotte at Sardis Road where the movie theater is, across from Maris Theater. And it was where they had a gold mine there many years ago. And it just paved over it and caved in. Interesting. Any other questions for CJ? All right, this one. I think this is critically important. Something we need to do. Let's move on to the next one, police records management and CAD systems upgrade. You gonna bring this one?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Last October, when thank you for this. Possibly some funding and fire department and all that. Message was that we really need to upgrade and basically replace our record management system and our gas system. It's not an expensive venture. So we had a committee and research with vendors about AI and communications.
Very much. So I got to turn off.
Difference in the system we have right now, it's over 10 years old. I think it was probably good when it was purchased, the technology is surpassed. And it's really a document storage system with a lot of manual operation. So we're trying to do operating efficiency, and this is these combined functions add in on this impeccable department. So basically, CAD is the computer and dispatch that works out of a dispatch center. And when calls come in, dispatchers take a call, basically for funding for the enhanced 911 system for sure. But this ties into that. They take a call and they enter it into the CAD, and the CAD is what dispatches it out to the officers. This system, as you go down the next one, this one is much more robust than what we currently have. It is something that can be used not only on the officer's laptop, but on their mobile phone too. So it gives them that information when they're not in the phone. I guess a big benefit of this is one size fits all. It's a seamless interface between CAD and the record management system. But once you take the call and get all that information in, dispatch it, the officer goes to the scene, collect the information, and then they start to do an offensive incident report. All that information, all the populates, once you put a name in, the address, whatever, it carries over into the reporting system. That's very, very much the kind of it has so much more capability than our current system. It's something that eliminates a lot of manual entry, double mapping. That system uses Google Maps. Anyway, I think that's no big deal, but that's something that we don't have right now. We have to update our maps manually in the system. So it's just improvement over improvement. Once you get it into the office report, it goes into evidence management report system. It also has functions for internal affairs, investigations, fleet management, K9, all these functions that when I came in and looked at the department, we have a lot of different systems that are running solid. canine, we have a different system, the management, we have a different system for all areas, so. But has to log into something different to get that information. This system takes it all, it's all in one place. And it will allow us to eliminate some of these systems that we're currently paying for, provides the savings. About $56,000 a year, I believe. We looked at this and we realized it's real expensive and we were using some massive forfeit funds to offset the one-time cost. And we were willing, we had back then about 200,000. Since spent some of that since October, we realized this was not going to happen. But as good law enforcement, we're still receiving asset forfeiture funds. And we expect to have enough by the end of the year to cover our, what we asked to put in 200,000. And we could possibly do more than what we have in the bank. The system, if we did put in place, we could take probably 6, 8, 10 months to fully install. And the payment plan would be stretched out along that period. So we'd have to pay the entire cost up front. And the annual maintenance we would do for a year after install the first software. So I've got some slides down there if you want to see some of the technical advantages of it. I don't think it's actually excellent. Like I said, geo maps, good it's got that clean, powerful interface I spoke about where everything's all together. Geo map option says, currently there are separate map folders constantly updated. I want to mention was as we can access traffic cameras and business cameras through the system via the laptop and the phone. So that will allow officers as they're driving on the phone to see any video and pull up the same at that time in that location. Also, when they're on the scene with the mobile application, the dispatcher can be in communication with the caller, and the caller can take pictures of the scene, say they're in an accident scene, take pictures of the wreck. They can take photos and attach that, send it to us. We can actually have the photos of our system. The officer can see the photos before you can arrive on the scene. So it's we do a text messaging system with a couple of citizens. Our dispatcher can text back and forth to them and let them know we're on the way. They can be present with some of the information. A lot of capabilities in the system. It also has a citizen service component where citizens can actually file reports online, submit requests for vote checks and things of that nature. Actually, their information back for them to see us what we've done when we visit their house. It's got powerful search capabilities that allow us to eliminate errors with names. Type in names as his first name, first, last name, vice versa. This will search and capture all those names and make it a lot easier for us to search suspects, victims, whatever. That's her name is. It's got an alarm management component that we can do alarm management. Right now. Got animal control feature, which animal control also be able to access that and more robust report capabilities. As I mentioned earlier, fleet management, that will replace our Ford Mastery software, that K9 replacing one existing module, types food and vet, medicine and training. It's got a driver's compliance, which I found, I think, is very important because it allows, forces the officers to enter in the information on the call. It eliminates mistakes when you're doing classifications. That was one of the issues we were seeing last year was once we misclassified some of the outfits. We're not allowed to do that because type in what the action is. It won't let you move forward until you fill the management. We've probably seen that a lot, and online you try to submit a registration or something that you can't advance it with the management. So that's a big plus for us, kind of thing, where we improve our response with the state. Property evidence management is much better than what we currently have because it integrates with our Axon body worn cameras, our Axon camera system. We can actually attach those videos and photos to well, we can't do that right now. It has to be a separate file. It's got a traffic program integration eCrash. Our module is not that good. This is a much better system for us. Got training and certification section. Replaces another module that we have. All, like I said, it's all in one system. It's got a vehicle tow-in section that we have. Right now we're manually doing tow reports. This is what makes it electronic. It's just got a lot of bells and whistles. It's the system that I think will take this department well into the future. It's such an improvement over what we currently have. I think it would be a great asset. I'd love to be able to be here knowing that this department is moving forward with a very, very strong and representatives.
Mr. Whitman. Thank you, Chief. Chief, from what I'm hearing you say, this will bring us up to the most modern technology that we use for our communication and is that correct?
Yes, sir. It speeds everything up. It makes it so much easier for officers to do reports, track things all the way to the DA's office, evidence management, all 9 yards. It just eliminates, like I said, a lot of other existing systems. Log out, log in, they don't talk to each other. This puts it all in one system.
That's good. I heard you mention several times we got taking time for police officers. Force information. I'm all for sure that the officer knows before they arrive what they're the time you can do capability. They inform the officer before you do.
Sure. Chief, 3 questions is who else is using this system? It's question number 1. And what are their results and references as to how it's panning out? Number 2 is the annual, the wording is kind of strange, but I'm assuming that there's an $86,000 annual software maintenance thing. So where does that have in the equation? I don't think I think they find 2 questions.
As I said, it's in 24 other states. Some of the ones that are using it, Homestead Police Department, Florida, Northport Police Department, Atlantic City, Jersey, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Florida, Horry County Sheriff in Texas, Galesburg, Illinois, Chicago County Sheriff's. So,
And Mr. Irvin's other question was, how then does that integrate with, like our ability to communicate with Charlotte or some of our neighboring jurisdictions?
communication, that's not an issue. Now, seeing if we need to use the different system located tops. We can't integrate with them. That's a program they built themselves. And we looked at, one of the things we looked at was merge with cable tops and it didn't seem to be something I was considering.
And
And the cost piece was, their ongoing costs are $140,000. And this is, the other thing I didn't mention, this is cloud-based. And we're not cloud-based, but our servers are on site. And that risk, ransomware, cyber attacks, and you've seen some of the other network county got hit last year, and that's one of the things we're worried about. So this is cloud-based with Amazon Web Services. So it's $142,000 annually for maintenance and cloud-based. And as I said, we can offset $56,000 that by getting rid of the other systems that we have already done. So it's $56,000. And do that. Mission of the
so we do have that increase baked into the forecasting model because the timing of how this would work, we actually wouldn't need to make that first annual payment. So, excuse me, actually FY26, because by the time you approve this, that $546,000 cost includes your first year of support. So that gets you up and running plus your first year. So another way to look at this to kind of distill it down into a nutshell is we have some antiquated server-based programs for CAD and RMS. And excuse me, and then over the last number of years, trying to add some additional functionality, it was done piecemeal because obviously a $546,000 cost is enormous to take on any given year. And so the department ended up adding a number of these other programs, like Benchmark and Power BI up there, that is creating, everything is disjointed. And then the original programming for CAD and RMS are now antiquated and out of date. And so this really kind of takes everything, puts it under a single umbrella. It works seamlessly with the programs that we would remain. And we would, by letting go of some of those other programs, our net increase to the budget would be $86,000 a year.
Commissioner Capone.
Yes, I'd like to dig a little deeper into the due diligence process. So did you have a software of this magnitude? Did you have a representative come on site and do a demonstration?
Of course, spent all day with us. We had like 8 or 9 different members. Probably 5 of them came on site. Others we did via Zoom, but they all demonstrated the capabilities of their system. And we put together a committee cross section of the police department, police officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, dispatchers, records clerks, property clerks, and it was unanimous that these folks finished, we were like, wow, this is the one. We know it's expensive. We know we're hoping that the ARPA funds will be able to cover all cover the rest of it. That's it for that's what we're going to cover a lot of the funds.
Now, as part of this cost, is it on-site training?
It's training, it's implementation of the system, it's conversion. They have to come in and match their system to our state's NIBRS system. Every state uses NIBRS based on their current form statutes. So definitely match the form statutes up to NIBRS systems. Software installation that's hand trained, which they would provide on the software.
Yeah, that was my next question, going even down the level. Is the database structure that we currently have in place, we run a client server setup right now. I'm assuming we have our own servers. So consequently, we have our own data structure, so they're going to have to integrate into that data structure or to consume that data and bring it into their cloud. So consequently, is there, in this cost, is there a data transformation fee is already taken care of? Okay. Okay, very good. And I think that's the extent. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief Williams? Okay, thank you. Sounds like this is something that's needed and will consolidate a lot of our software modules into one more user-friendly action. So thank you. Move on to Town Hall Hood Room audio visual upgrade.
So our next funding request is replace aging technology in this room. That includes microphones, cameras, everything. I think we all know about the problems that we've been having. I didn't do anything on purpose to make the microphones not work. And we have received complaints from citizens who try to turn meetings and can't hear. So it's become a real issue. Staff is trying to troubleshoot it as best we can, but several different vendors in here, and they come with some various proposals. But it's really just a portion of what we're really asking for today. And so what we'd like to do is do a request for proposals, an RFP process, and have some experts come in here and tell us what we need to do to fix the system. So not only improving the audio and the video conferencing capabilities, but the video presentation of our meetings needs improving because we use Zoom. It's a little tiny screen. When you're trying to view the meeting, and you cannot often tell who's talking if you're not familiar with the commissioners. So really like to be able to zoom in on people, show close-ups of who's talking, just kind of improve the overall video presentation of our board meeting. We've, like I said, we've had some vendors in here taking a look at what we've got, and so I included some of their proposals. There's two proposals for just a portion of what we're looking for, and then there's another proposal which is several years old. But combining those, taking a look at those, we're thinking that the cost would range anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000. Any questions? I have more information like it, but
Well, I have heard with some regularity that people who watch our meetings cannot hear what people are saying. I hear that continually. Sound is really poor. Seems to improve slightly if you look at the videos. Sometimes hear a little better, but I understand that when we're live, people can't hear what we're saying. I've had a couple of citizens tell me they just quit watching because they couldn't hear what we were saying. So I think it's something that's desperately needed. I'm a little shocked at the cost. It seems, wow, $300,000 to $400,000. Well, I think after COVID, a lot of our, not a lot, but there's a good amount of citizens that like to watch our meetings online. They're not they don't have a lot of value if you can't hear what people are saying, or not even know who's talking. I don't think they would confuse me with Renee or but can't tell who's speaking. Any questions for Maureen, Commissioner Hoover?
A quick question. I don't know if this is YouTube or the system, but I have heard complaints about when you go back and rewatch them on YouTube. We can be saying something, and then what's coming down at the bottom, not what we're saying. That's words. So I don't know. I don't know if it's you, the system.
Yeah, I believe that's actually. Yes. I did just want to add, a lot of the equipment that we have is original, when this building was built. And over the years, we've sort of cobbled together some improvements, and a couple of the vendors that we had in here just said they're just not talking to each other, the different pieces of equipment that we have. So that's why we really feel we need to do a complete overhaul of everything, just to make sure that everything can work together properly.
Mr. Otto.
Have you have a list of the companies that you talked to already that are on site? Is it in the presentation? I'm sorry.
I've included 3 of the presentation, of the proposals.
Is it in your presentation? Or
It is in the packet, yes.
I see
one of them is-
ISBL, but I don't
yes.
see anyone else.
There's Sharp as well, someone that we've talked to several times, and Sonero is the other company.
Are they all local?
Yes.
Charlotte or Matthews or in the Mecklenburg County area?
They're nationwide offices in Pocono, but they do have local offices in the Charlotte area.
Yeah, I would prefer to have somebody that's actually has staff here in the Mecklenburg County area in case of any difficulties. You know, we can versus a vendor of equipment. In other words, a full service organization versus just a vendor. So in other words,
Yes.
versus someone that just comes in and installs and gives training and leaves. And we have somebody that we can have come in within a short period of time.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I think through an RFP process, that can be part of the selection criteria. I will say, Lori and Maureen have had a just to come in and even provide the quotes. So it's just getting this much information has been a real challenge, but we agree with you that that would certainly be ideal. We can work that into an RFP as far as the selection criteria.
Mr. Garner.
I support this. I don't think there's anybody in this room that doesn't want more engagement with the public, and having tried to watch meetings afterwards on my own, it is difficult to hear. So it does a lot of things, engaging the public, providing transparency, making us all more accessible. So support this.
Yeah, I think this particular board, many of us ran the election and the idea of being more transparent. So we can't be transparent if people, if they're videoing and recording sound and pictures and can't see or hear what's being recorded, and that's not really useful.
Information there, original equipment. The first meeting in this room was on September the 10th, 2001.
We used strings and cups.
Yeah, remember what happened on September the 11th?
Yeah, right.
We met here, the board met that Monday night at 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, department head, staff meeting. We watched that screen as all the planes hit the towers.
Wow. Very good. Yeah, I think Commissioner Garner hit the nail on the head. This is sorely needed. Maureen, are you going to present the next two as well? Matthews Community Center audio or?
Yeah, can I speak just?
Sure, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mark, and the question, local vendors, I'm having the same problem with our live screens in church too. Somewhere through COVID, these vendors got missing. And I mean, the one that installed all our stuff 10 years ago, we can't find them. They make an appointment, they won't show up. But it's, if you can find someone local, like Oregon was saying, that it's going to be a task just to get them to come in and go from antiquated to digital. It's just, and it's expensive. It's just another in the world, because I'm having the same problem that y'all have in here. members said they can't hear us. They can see the program, but they can't hear us. And even when you go back and rewind and watch, it's the same thing. So it's hard trying to find local vendors. The last one I got is out of Baton that comes and servicing part online, but it's just hard to know what they have a hard time. So we can find somebody that we pretty much depend and lock down. They all over everywhere because of COVID made everybody go to live stream. That's what it's busy. There's both of them.
Who's doing the next one?
Corey's actually doing the community center.
Corey?
Corey.
Corey. Can't hear.
Family Community Center, there's two areas that rarely use. One floor, which is, sure if you've been in there, it's only physically the second floor, and the first floor. It is 90% of the time, we have room for Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meetings. At times, the Transportation Committee meets there, and also the Habitat Wildlife Keepers have met in there. We are asking for dollars to upgrade microphones, speakers, and the monitor display in that room. Again, looking at what we use it for internally with meetings and recordings. Recently, we've moved to not mandating that there's staff in addition to myself be at the meeting. We are recording the meeting and then taking minutes from that. So the recording mechanism that we want is essentially a little more handheld voice recorder, two little whatever arms of microphones to record the meeting. I would like to upgrade that. And then also in the community room, that's a larger space where many public meetings are held, different park projects, and also rental for different presentations. We hold safety trainings in that room. Just a host of other occasions where presentations will need to record and amplify sound is necessary in space. But just looking forward, and we certainly work with Maureen and also bring in Wayne to make sure that we are all, I think, the best deal, but also the best equipment necessary for the different spaces. So the community room is a different space in this room. So these are a little different, a little less. Well, the amount we're looking at here is roughly $57,000 on both areas. To work with Wayne to cost the allocation on what the actual equipment necessary is. That is an ask.
Would it be possible, if we may have addressed this, would it be possible to work with Marie and then use the same vendor for item we just discussed? Get a cost savings by possibly.
Certainly, Maureen and I talked a little bit. I know the spaces are different, but if that company can provide what we need there on that smaller scale, I would certainly work.
And we could add that to the RFP, so it's responsive to both. So we'll just have everybody stand and just huddle around that one spot.
All right, any questions for Corey? I think, this technology has advanced quite a bit. Who's presenting the next one? Jordan.
That last one for the Jordan Room, and basically enabling that room to have video conferencing capabilities, so microphone, camera. The room is right now set up with a little camera that we can sometimes see a couple of people in the room, and the microphone, but we're hoping to upgrade it, and we have a quote here from Teleware. Our phone center. $4,700. So we use that room for, lots of different meetings, and it would be really helpful, I think, for staff and others to have the Zoom room capabilities.
I just have a comment. I think it probably, talking about technology advancing, but I recall at least 10 years ago, being in some meetings when I worked at Combraco in a boardroom. They had a camera and microphone set up in the middle, and whoever was speaking, the camera would automatically turn to that person. Have you guys seen that? Okay, so that might be useful in a situation like that, if those even still exist, but it's audio activated, so when someone speaks, the camera turns to the person. We used to try to, talk in rapid succession to see it spin around, easily amused. Again, I think this is all good stuff. I think great. Any questions for Ray?
So what I'm hearing from at least the majority of the board is an appetite for all of these things, which I'll just say on behalf of staff, we are thrilled about. A lot of these have a lot of lead time. So when you think about the RFP process, it's going to be a couple-month process to get that out, get those receipts back, bring that to the board. If you look at the Parks and Rec master plan, to complete that, even after you get something on board, a month process or so. The RMS and CAD upgrade is 6 to 12 months, depending on how that goes. So kind of long story short with that, I guess we're looking for some green lighting, if you will, if there is appetite for these things, if there is appetite to then take on the construction loan. Is the board comfortable if we start down these paths of go ahead and put out the RFP for the sound upgrade, go ahead and put out the RFP for the Parks and Rec master plan? This would of course come back to the board for funding approval, vendor selection approval. But is there a desire and appetite to do that now, even though we are kind of still in progress with our fire station? Or do we want to get a little bit further down the road with firming up the number on the fire station before we even start to get these things on board? So trying to gauge timing.
That was gonna be the point I was gonna make is, we were talking, between $1 and $2 million for the loan, and if my math is correct, all these projects together is just north of 2.1 million, and that's, including what the fire station could be, could go up. So you're looking at over 2 million in debt you'd have to take fire station and worry that. My concern is that's going to be 2.5 and then 3 and then 3.5, and then we're going to be taking on more debt than we were maybe anticipating.
Sure, let me piggyback on that. So my math is a little bit different because the police records management system had asset forfeiture number in there, so I'm not 200,000 off. I looked at the Riverbanks 4 Mile Creek connection. You have a temporary means of getting access to it. You have other access points to the Greenway. So I was more in the $1.5 million range. Yeah, no, I know you're adding it up. I mean, this is actually, these numbers are actually low compared to previous planning conferences, because we would be into the millions. I mean, we'd be $6, $7, $8, $9 million of asks. So this is more palatable, although still more. But I want to digress a little bit to Gina's comment about selling some property. If we've got some laggards, like the piece next door, that we can get an RFP out there right away or get rid of it, $400,000 would be a nice little pocket change. I'm not interested in selling properties that could be park investments, but I don't know that we should be holding on to things that don't have much value to us. So, I could see $1.5 million, sell some property and work with that and pretty much get everything on your list.
My thoughts are, yes, let's get some RFPs going. That doesn't hurt anything, doesn't cost anything. We'll do it now.
So we will need an RFP for the Parks and Rec master plan and the town hall audio visual. The RMS and CAD upgrade, we have already vetted and have a selected vendor. Fire Station 2 upfit, Rob, we have quotes from construction company. So CJ, the stormwater assessment, who does that work? How does that work?
So that would also go through our process.
would be an RFP. So, we would be putting out RFPs then for the Parks and Rec Master Plan, Public Works Stormwater Assessment, and all of the audio visual, the 3 different sets of information. So that will create a delay, where that information will come back. But is there, then appetite to actually move forward then on the RMS CAT upgrade and the Fire Station 2 upfit, and maybe we pause on Riverbanks, since to your point, we want to do this, but there is a way for folks to access it now. That when we get the other side of it.
Can I suggest that at a future town board meeting, staff present what property the town. I think I know all, I've been an elected official for 10 years, and I don't think I'm aware of all the property that we own, so I think that would be helpful. I think it was many years that I was an elected official before I realized the town was renting property out on our next one. Not aware of it. I did not know. So, yeah, I think that'd be helpful to know what do we owe. I couldn't agree with Commissioner Hoover and Commissioner Urban. I don't know if we necessarily need to hold on to some of these things, but I'd be okay to let some property go.
Sure, we're happy to look at that. I know that was actually pulled by planning not too long ago, so that's a pretty easy ask. But what will also include, some of them have covenants on them. So say it was donated to the town, but it has to remain parks and open space or something that wouldn't necessarily generate revenue because it's not something that might give use something might otherwise be interested in purchasing it. So yeah, we're certainly happy to look at that. We want a fire sale on town property. So
Well,
those might be exciting about that.
I do want to reiterate what Commissioner Urban said. I have no appetite whatsoever to sell any land and purchase for parks, like the more property.
Yeah, that's-
Absolutely.
I think like Opera Keziah Road, I think one of those donations has some strength, it's like 8 acres or 4 acres or something like that. So some of the smaller ones that we've come to have. The RMS and CAD upgrade, Fire Station 2 upfit, the total cost of those would require board action. Is there comfort level in getting those on an upcoming agenda for the board to go ahead and approve those so that we can get started on the Fire Station 2 upfit and the RMS and CAD upgrade?
I think the commissioners to nod their heads or otherwise. Thumbs up and back down. Everyone, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You just made a lot of people very happy. So thank you.
All right, let's move on to our next item, bond project prioritization.
That's me.
Green.
Sorry about that. I'm here to present the results of our survey that we did a couple weeks ago. So we did host a meeting here at Town Hall. We had about 16 people come and talk to us. This is a public input meeting. Get feedback from the community about their bond project priorities. We created a survey using the MetroQuest survey tool. And after the public input meeting, we put the survey out to the public. We had a total of 104 people take the survey. The results that you see on the screen, they are taken from April 11th. So they're a little different because the survey was still open until yesterday. So it has closed now and these results are accurate. Or I'm sorry, these results are a little bit different, the numbers, but the the order is the same. So you can see the average score. So we just ask people to rank their top 5 projects. So the lower the score means the higher the project ranked. So you can see that list there with Mercer Halsey at the top. We did have a collection of 132 signatures that we received from Mount Moriah Church. And so factoring those in, let me scroll down. Okay. So you can see at the bottom there, those are the top 5 projects once we combine the signatures that we received from the Fresdale community and the survey.
Right. Sorry, one last minute breaking news. So the TAC on Thursday night, I didn't get a chance to tell you, they kind of endorsed the top 5 projects as well.
Commissioner Gardner.
Which top 5?
Sorry, the lower top 5, starting with Crystal Railroad crossing improvements.
Marie, do you have anything further on this?
No, I think Becky, were you gonna ask me?
Sure. So, this was, of course, a data point that the board wanted to check back in with the public. So now that this has been completed, Maureen, do we have the spreadsheet from?
What is happening?
Really kind of shocked that parking wasn't. That's all anybody ever talks about.
And, keep in mind, relatively small data set of respondents. So we do have that, but Commissioner Gardner,
I have a question. Do you have a map of where the respondents live or interact with Matthews?
I don't believe that was a question on the survey.
So I think not saying to discount this, but I think that it would certainly influence the people who live in Crestdale or in my neighborhood are less concerned about parking in downtown than somebody who lives right more or in Windrow.
I have a question. It seems like we have a struggle to get respondents, in a town of 30,000 people to get 97 responses on this is a little disappointing. I know it's hard to get public engagement. I'm wondering, maybe this is a bigger question, like how do you increase the public engagement with this stuff when you get people or jazzed about it or to answer? Because I feel like I think you get the same 97 people, right, answering the same surveys, and so I'm worried that it's that small sample size that kind of controls the narrative.
A rhetorical question.
What ideas?
You're bound by issues. One is resources and finding collections of people to engage. We have limited staff, limited time. There aren't necessarily events that corresponded with this survey period to be at a Matthews Alive, trying to hey, come here and talk to us. You're always fighting. The landscape for communication has changed. You're fighting more and more with. It's a diluted message to cut through the noise, to get people to pay attention, to then act and react. From my perspective, I think there was some level likely of the bond vote spoke for itself. If somebody voted to support the bonds, these are the projects. Was there a compelling desire to then have more to say about it? I'm not sure that the call to action was particularly strong. If we're trying to deliver all of these projects, whether it's 12 months or 7 years, they're all going to be part of these bond packages if this holds and the board continues to support with these projects. So I'm not sure that there was a burning incentive to step in and elbow in and say, we want this project first versus another, as opposed to let's go ahead and get them all done. We could give them the blow.
One thing we've done. $50 distributed to Starbucks, keyboard or something like that, is we're gonna have a drawing. And everybody that completes this survey will do a drawing from everybody. And believe it or not, that incentive, for $50 or $25, you can go on sometime.
We can try that. We typically haven't done that, just because it's public funds. But put your name in a hat and draw 1 or 2 is a pretty nominal cost at the end of the day. So yeah, we can certainly try that. We did that with the photo contest, I think, before we gave away some gift cards, but it was because we were also asking for the copyrights to those photos to then be able to use them. So it was a good cost return for us as opposed to hiring a photographer.
I do think the Mayor Pro Tem has a very valid point, because every time we've had community engagement or, out at Mercer Halsey or in this room, it is the same people every time. It's the same, I know their names, same 97 people, same 100 people coming. We're not getting into cross section, but a couple of comments on advertising. Number one, I would like to know when we would be, if we let these bonds, when we'd be on the hook to start repaying them, because I am concerned if we're asking our residents to have a relatively large tax increase, about piling on this stuff on top of it. That being said, I do support the railway crossing improvement as one of the top priorities, because I think it's a safety concern. I think we've dodged lots of bullets by not having a truck and train collision there. So that would be certainly one of my top priorities. But I would like to know, if we start saying, okay, we want to do these 5 or whatever, when will we have to start paying, let the bonds, when will we have to start paying them back? Because I think we have to give our residents a little breathing room. We're going to hit them with a tax increase. I don't want another more debt.
Sure. So what we've been talking about to date is design work only. Essentially get these projects, 1 or more of them, to a construction phase. And the framework of a GO bond allows the municipality to essentially loan itself the money. So use our general fund balance to front the money for the design work with a reimbursement agreement. So then whenever you do decide to issue the bond, you're then paying yourself back for the design work. And so at this point, we're not proposing commitment to construction on anything, which would then require the GO bond issuance. It's really just which projects would you like to move forward with for design work, but there's a lot of factors to take into consideration. Some of the design costs, as you can see up on the screen, are very high just to get something to a construction ready point in time. Are we prepared to front ourselves $1.7 million for the downtown project? That's a lot of money out of our fund balance, especially if it may be a little while before we actually move to construction. So with a 2-year design process, we would be looking to actually issue that construction loan for 2 years, and then your first bond issuance payment, I believe, would be 6 months after you receive the funds, because it's a twice-a-year payment. So really, it's looking at the estimated design costs combined with the priorities of the public, combined with the priorities of this board. You know, is it a matter of we want to start a project? Do you want to start the downtown project? Because it is a 2-year process. So the longer you wait to even start it, the more years out you are before you're even ready to construct it. The East Charles Street Crestdale, that is a very worthy project. We've obviously heard a lot from the community about it. We did. A $1.3 million project needs to be combined with another transportation project in order to issue a bond. So we have been advised that you want your smallest bond issuance to be around $2 million. And then you can go north from there, but you don't want to take out less than that because of the cost of issuance. It's not worth it. And so you would want to package, if the board does agree to move forward with design work for East Charles and Crestdale, you would want to package that with another transportation project so that you can issue that bond together, so that that is a sizable enough amount to make that issuance worthwhile.
We go back to the prioritization.
Oh, God,
Um,
I'm sorry.
so-
I don't know what's happening.
you couldn't combine a park and transportation. I mean, for me, the top two are the Crestdale Railroad Crossing and First Holden. That's all I hear about. I mean, when I talk to people who talk about parks, they say, when are you gonna update First Holden? So I hear that regularity. I think it's really important. And I think railroad crossing is important. What was the cost on the Grand Lake Ridge Road extension? Sorry, that's all of it.
Design was 480.
Maybe throw that one in.
Or the other one to think about is the sidewalk connections don't require a lot of design work. And so you could readily be ready to issue a bond to fund the sidewalk connections without a lot of lead up time. And so if you wanted to combine your sidewalk connections with the East Charles Street Crestdale, that would boost you to a high enough bond issuance level that essentially once your Charles Street Crestdale project was ready to go after it had been designed, it would be up to the board if you were ready to then issue a bond.
I've got a question kind of related. It's for Corey. With the Purser Halsey Park development, it's 12 months to get that design. What would be the construction of something like that? What's the timing of that? I'd imagine it'd be a very long time.
Yes, a tough guess. I would give it at least a year to maybe 18 months to really.
Less than I thought it'd be multi-year.
Yeah, I think we like 18 months, maybe 24 months. So I think somewhere in there just to give it a little bit of lead time.
Yeah, and with a year just in design.
I would like to get that project shovel ready, because again, that's the thing that I hear from our citizens most. Commissioner,
So, I really appreciate all this. I do remind everyone that this memo, or the bond project priorities, was just a request of some members of the citizenry to express their opinion. So I don't want to lose sight of the first round of things as well. And so I'm wondering if we can create that matrix that we can kind of see, where the board was and the official follow up. This is we want to give everybody their second crack at this, prioritize it. It may be the reason why the numbers are low, but 97 people is probably the total amount of people within the room during that original sessions.
so can we pull up the survey that the commissioners did?
Yes, yeah, I mean,
That's what you're asking, right?
so, but what I'm thinking is very much like we have a CIP, I'm thinking of a VIP, bond improvement program, because what I'm hearing from there, my personal opinion is, okay, we've been sort of shell shocked here with a lot of things going on. We need to, I'm not one just, like I said, I'm doing this whole bond a friend of his, get it in the queue, because it takes so long to get it prepared, but I wasn't willing to pull the trigger, and I'm stating today, I'm not willing to trigger, but we have to look at the timeline of these things, the overlapping of designing, the overlapping of starting things, and realizing that hopefully we push to this sluggish economy here, maybe 2024, and then we're ready to pull the trigger. So like sidewalks, yes, you can design them and shelve the design and hold on to it, and you're ready to collapse it with everything else. So this is the point in time where now there's a lot of stuff here, and we need to sort of coalesce it into a plan, very much like we do the CIP, about what we would like to see, and maybe it tails out quite a bit until we get moving based on plan time. So I'm just there's a lot of moving pieces and parts here. I think our criteria or our listing is somewhat different than this listing, and I'd like to have an opportunity to let board members discuss why they felt certain ones were prioritized. And follow up, we may say, well, I changed my mind.
Yeah, I think one of our biggest responsibilities as an elected board is to ensure the health and safety of our among citizens, and that's why for me the Crest Trail River crossing is so important. I think that's just an accident waiting to happen. We should address it as soon as possible. That rises to the top for me more than anything, because that could be really bad. We could have a really, really bad. You talk about, we've had all these derailments recently. They have a derailment. Trucks still routinely get caught there. I think, what is it, the GPS routes them that direction, and they get hung up in there with regularity. We've got to address that. Like that's, I'm 107, but for me, that's probably the top priority of this one. Mr. Farm.
Financial questions, Becky. The last we addressed it was the issuance cost was somewhere between 75 to 100,000. So if you tack that on to the percentage of what the bond repayment is, it turns out that our percentage, if you look at it as a total cost to the town, in other words, the interest that you have to pay on the bond plus the issuance cost, really distorts the. And what I'm doing is reinforcing what Becky was saying, is that it really distorts the advantage we get from the low interest rates on the bond. So it's really is not, in my opinion, for instance, if we took out a $2 million bond at a 3.5% rate, and we had to tack on a $100,000 issuance fee, we're really talking about up in the neighborhood of 7 or 8%. So we have to be very careful about that. Secondly, is that these design costs, they have to come out of the general fund initially. And if some of these are quite substantial, and if we don't do that project, we don't get the money back. So this is what we're doing. We're kind of taking a bet when we put out $500,000 for a study, and then say, well, what are going to be the financial conditions in the country, in this town, in 2 years, or whatever the case may be, when it comes time to do this project. And if we decide at some point in time that with this project is not affordable, or there are other priorities that came up in the time being, that we're out that money. So I just wanted to stress those points, but also to ask Becky is, let's say we start piling on some design fees. And I know that we have a internal percentage of where we like our general fund to be with respect to our budget. I think over for years, I think it's been around the 35% range. So if we start piling on these fees, which come out of the general fund, and we don't really have the promise of having the payment for them, how does that impact our tuition? So these are all questions I think that need to be answered, especially when we start getting into design fees and the $500,000.
If I can make one comment before Becky answers. Some of these we know we're going to do. Mercer Halsey Park will be developed. It's not gonna be a vacant piece of land forever. We know we're gonna develop that park. With great certainty, I can say that. What it will take out of maybe some of the other ones, but some of these we know we are going to do. It's certainly the intention of, I think, everyone. That's why we put them on the bond.
Yeah, and I think fair points all around. So you're exactly right, Commissioner Tofano. Fronting the money, if the project is never executed, then those are dollars that do not get replenished from our general fund. When we subtract out the ARPA dollars from our general fund balance, looking at how we closed out last fiscal year, so the year that ended June 30th of 22, we are at our desired fund balance percentage. We do expect to be adding funds to our fund balance significantly at the end of this fiscal year because of the unanticipated additions of investment earnings, as well as the unanticipated exceptional growth in sales tax. So both of those revenue sources exceeded the budget. So we know that those dollars are going to be added to our fund balance. That your fund balance percentage is going to be calculated on your new budget total. So we are looking to go up with our annual budget this year. So that will play into those calculations. But in terms of raw dollars, we are looking to add the general fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. So those will be revenues that we're sitting on right now. Certainly, out of today, we aren't looking for action by the board as far as yes, go forth and start designing, so much as which projects do we then bring to an upcoming board meeting for consideration of authorization to pursue the design work. As part of that discussion, we can pull in, looking at the general fund balance, doing some projections as far as how much we think we'll add to it at the end of this fiscal year that can help the board make some informed decisions about how much you might be comfortable fronting. I'll tell you right now, we cannot front all of these design costs at one fell swoop. It would be too big of a hit on our general fund balance, knowing that there may be 1 or 2 fiscal years that could elapse before we're taking these out as a general fund or a GO bond issuance. So we definitely want to be cognizant of that. As far as our fund balance policy, it is the desired position or the desired financial position for the town to be in. I would say it's board appetites. If there is a known project with a known reimbursement coming, it would be the appetite of this board, if you were willing to essentially know that you were going to knowingly dip below that policy, say for a single fiscal year, to get to the GO issuance point, knowing that you would be paying yourself back and have those dollars back in your coffers. So that is always an option that the board can knowingly not be in alignment with that policy, because for something like this, it's presumably a temporary situation.
I'd like to take it one step further. We're struggling here with the budget as it is. Actually talking about line items of thousands of dollars budget, but here we have these design fees that greatly exceed some of our line items in the budget itself. So consequently, it would be my opinion that if we decide to go forward with design and we have design costs, that be considered part of a line items in the budget, and that would reflect also on the tax rate that we would have to have in order to compensate for this 2%.
So let me say that back to you in the way that makes sense in my brain, and let's see if we're saying the same thing. So what you're proposing is that, say, in the FY24 budget, we have a line item with some amount of money for design work for some of these bonds, and then that would of course be directly impacting the needed tax rate in order to fund those. Okay, so what I heard yesterday was not an appetite to go higher, So my question would be, what would you be suggesting be swapped if we were trying to fund some of that in FY '24? Before you answer that, I do want to say, building into the budget forecasting model, I am trying to build in $500,000 starting in FY '25. And then again in FY '26, so that would be $1 million total, absorbing that within a sitting tax rate in order to offset some of these costs, so it's not all having to come out of our general fund balance. Whether or not that holds for FY '25 or the future, we're obviously too soon to tell. So just know I do have exactly what you're talking about, trying to line that up for following fiscal year. I don't have it fitting right now in FY.
Okay, so we're in agreement in terms of how to deal with that cost.
At least in part. I
Yes.
couldn't get you all of them, but trying to fit some of it in future years, I just don't have it in FY.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that we're talking about needs of our different departments, and when we put those needs into the budget, we actually calculate our millage rate based on our budget. So I don't see the exception of adding substantial fees for design fees as not being a budget line item for taxation purposes.
And if there is appetite to bring you a different taxation rate, because we are fronting.
In other words, why just say for these particular design fees, we can just pull those out of the general?
Because we're gonna get repaid from the.
Well, we may never,
We're gonna do it, Mark. They're absolutely gonna do it. We're gonna build from Mercer Halsey Park. I guarantee you, I bet you $1,000. Gonna do it. We're gonna build Mercer Halsey Park. We know we're gonna do it. Why would we saddle our citizens with additional tax when we have money in our general fund? We don't need to do that. I don't see the point of doing that. You're advocating for more tax for our citizens. It's not necessary.
What I'm
We have this fund. We have extra money in our coffers and we can absorb this because we're gonna get paid back when we let the bond. It's different. I think it's totally different. I respectfully disagree totally. I would not want to add these to our as line items because we're going to get repaid them when we let the bond.
And when are we going to get repayment?
When we issue the bond
And when will we issue the bond?
in a couple of years, we have a very healthy cushion that we can pull this money from. In my opinion, I don't think we saddle our citizens with these fees now. My opinion.
Very well, thank you.
I guess the one thing that I would lift up that might align with what you're talking about, Commissioner Tofano, is if you did work these fees into your annual budget, because they are one-time fees, you could then potentially issue the bonds sooner. And because these are one time, then your debt service on your GO bond issuance, you've already set your tax rate in a way that absorbs that issuance. That would align with what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's very much in line.
So in theory, you would potentially be moving faster on actually executing the projects because you've already set the tax rate that you need. So it isn't so much a question of do we, don't we, are we ready to take that on? But I am okay bringing you a budget without them if that is the rule.
I would like to hear comments from other commissioners on it.
I agree. Don't.
You know, we've got this money. And this is ARCA money. Bond, I'm sorry, bond. This is bond money that the citizens already voted on. So they're already in agreement. So got to set so far, keep the budget like it is now, and then go ahead and get them two, and my two, you can press that across and the sidewalk. I think that was over $2 sidewalks. I know those sidewalks that we've heard a lot of complaints from. Is all of the key road over that way. Other places that we pretty much be designed for and move forward.
Anyone else care to comment? Commissioner Hoover.
I have a comment on that because I don't like Becky. That's more about that. I do have a question. About your way, I know that. Take pictures. I wanted to know if the town has received like any kind, like the CSX has sent the town any kind of say rating on how dangerous this is, right?
That's a thing. And I'm not even sure what.
I contacted CSX.
Gina, what happens is that crossing has had, and I've asked this a couple of years ago, how many accidents or how many you're stuck on the train, and she brought us back a number back of tractor trailers being stuck on that road. It was quite a few numbers. In the time that I've been pastor for 26 years, we have had a tractor trailer hit our train. Just so happened it wasn't carrying a lot in serious stuff, but it did spread a lot of stuff off on Matthew Chapel Road and shut it down for a while. But that track, if you look at the tracks where those trucks, arms or legs hit, they have CFX has been there and repaired, I knew at least 5 times to secure them. Secure that. It is, and from what Chief said, there's hazardous, serious hazardous materials coming through there because that's that is, and at the other intersections, especially one in Shaw, but St. Tradition, they have the same thing as there as well too. It is a hazardous that needs to be fixed.
I agree 100% on that. I was just curious. They had said anything, you know, so you guys need to get that done and say, big, you know. Yeah, you can see scratches. That tickle when looking at it. I was just wondering on that, and you kind of addressed my other questions if there were accidents.
Remember, number don't only this. Thank you, Chief, on me back to somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 10 to 12 that has been stuck on the track that they actually, but what happens when those tractor trailers get stuck, they're the ones still, that company deal for that. But GPS, like Mary said, the GPS brings them through Crestwell, but since now the sports complex been there, they bring them down to Charles Street. And so that's helped a little bit. If I could tell you the number of trucks that I directed through my parking lot to back up to turn around to go back out and get back in the road, it's a great number.
Mr. Gardner.
Not so long ago, I mean, maybe 2 years ago, Susan presented to us a summary of what she saw informally at the track, and maybe that would be, if we could find that report, it might be helpful for some context for Gina.
Yeah, again, my concern, I know that Chief Kenneberg's told us that there's not hazardous material on the trains. We don't necessarily know what's on the trucks, but my concern is that we're gonna have a derailment. Somebody could be seriously injured or killed. You know, two massive, you know, just physics, two massive things running into each other is never good, right? So I think this is certainly something that long time we need to fix. I don't know, CJ, if you have any How old is that road? That road's been there for a long, long time. It should not have been
I'm
allowed to
sorry.
be built. The way that it is. I think that predates all of us probably, but
Yeah, so it's not the road itself. The road, when it was built, was fairly level.
okay.
It's just over the years, every year they raised the ballast under the tracks, raises the tracks, pushes the track up here.
Yes, actually. Yeah, interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
So I did find, this is this board's ranking of these projects, that was done, as we were identifying what projects to include in the bond categories initially. So, this was, the 7 of you, and how you originally ranked these projects. So, you actually had Graylock Ridge Road as your top transportation project. And then, the downtown mobility would the parking, that's was your next one. And then sidewalk apps, the East Charles Street Crestdale parking lot was part of parking on those two. Then your streetscape improvements. Downtown for sure, Halsey was actually a bit lower.
Well, this is separate, right? This would be, how is this in the trade? This
These,
is all of them.
these are the projects that ended up in the bond categories, and these were your rankings before we started this process.
Mercer Halsey would be number one as far as parks.
So in
What else-
terms
what
of
else is above that?
the Matthews downtown, ranked higher, and then the park upgrades. I mean, the vast majority of your design work is for anything related to park fund.
Let's follow. Most of these things are already on that top 5 list. They're just in a different order. But things like downtown mobility weren't even in this last memo. And that's what I'm trying to get at. Is there are some projects on there, if you're saying, well, we're just looking at these number 1 through 5 in this memo. Well, are they all projects? Yeah, so I'm just trying, so they seem to be all in very much in lockstep for the most part, and there's a few other items on there. And we just sort of need to, I think, need to vet that aspect of it.
Yeah, and to circle back to commercial. Point, I do think we need to make absolutely certain that we're going to pull the trigger on that. Before we do the design work, because that would be really foolish. I think that design something and then never go. So we have to be certain. There's no.
Mr. Mayor, I think that was our whole purpose of the bond. You know. Of course, it didn't shoot that they were there, but this is an easy way for the citizens to get what the project needs, bonds in that. Not at all at one time, but and what condition of every saying. The ones that we listed are in this top 5 downtown, but it could be number 6, if that's what we decided we wanted to do. Make sure this project, if we don't do all projects, I mean, we might not do all of them, but we can at least get that 5 or 6, depending on where we want to design work. I think that's something that I can say there. If we don't, this is what the citizens wanted, that's what they voted for, that's what they showed up for. Those who are interested in our projects and make sure that these are things, you know, first of all, you're right, we've been here a long time. And that's something I think would be a plus for us. We've done a lot to that already. It's going to be a beautiful area for citizens. They use that dollar farm.
Mr. Buckley,
Real quick, man, this is obvious has been stated, but let me echo again what was being asked earlier. If you use the funds from your savings account, I call it, your fund balance to do design work, sell the bonds, reimburse self, that same money would be available down the road for additional funding. Again, if you never cut the your tax rate. Right.
The other thing, to go back to, Commissioner Stefano's earlier points about the bond issuance cost is, the board could also opt to just pay for those outright, to not amortize the bond issuance cost in the total for the GO bond. So that would be a way, if it's a slightly smaller bond, that's maybe $5 million mark, say the sidewalks combined with Charles and Crestdale. If you didn't like that ratio of $75,000 to $100,000 in cost for a $5 million issuance, you could always just pay the $75,000 to $100,000 outright, and then you're not paying interest back on those issuance costs. So that is a way to minimize the impact of that, to save a few dollars. So you would not get the bond issuance cost back. That's just the cost of the transaction, but you would still be getting reimbursed for the design work.
So the projects that seem to resonate with our residents the most at the bond, there's a park and Mercer Halsey Park development. I heard a lot about parking. The sidewalk gaps were certainly important. Probably if there was any controversy, it was the downtown streetscape and mobility improvements. I remember there were people that didn't like what was being proposed. So I'm a little hesitant. I think we need to do some more work on that one to get more community agreement as to what we exactly want before we pay almost $2 million for design work, because there was you know, obviously the bonds passed, but if there was anything that was somewhat controversial, it seemed to be that one, the downtown streetscape and mobility improvements. Because I heard some people say, I love this, and some people said this is a really bad idea. I think we need to work on that one a little bit more to get more of the vision. I don't know. Yeah, I'm 1 of 7. I don't know if others agree, but that was a little bit controversial.
Well, I think that's the point of the 2-year public input and design part is to get those things ironed out, working with the business owners there, working with the residents there to make sure. I think that's why, and part of why it's going to be 2+ years just to get to.
Fair point, Commissioner Spano.
Yes, just to clarify. So when we do the design fees first, obviously that comes out of the total revenue bond. So consequently, let's just make a hypothetical situation. $1 million design fee, $10 million bond, only $9 million gets actually spent on the construction.
Okay.
That's correct, right? Well, the design fees alone of what we have on the board is $4.6 million. $4.6 million. Okay. So our total bond was 35 million. So 13% of the entire bond money is being used in design. So we're only going to end up with out of 35 million, 30, we'll just call it 31 million. And in actual expenditures. So the point I was trying to make earlier is that the actual what it's costing us as the percentage of what it's costing us to service these bonds is based on what we're getting for the money although the design is part of it, it's actually the construction part that's actually giving us the return on our investment. So the point I'm trying to make is it's $4.6 million just what's on the board. That's not all the design projects, correct?
That is everything that you see is what would require design.
No. I mean, it's not all of the possible projects that we were anticipating for the bond.
So the screen doesn't show sidewalk connections, but otherwise that's all the project.
Okay. So 4 points. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. It's the massive amount of money that is involved just in the design portion and how much it consumes of what's going to be part of the construction cost. And the construction cost, as we know, just in Mercer Halsey Park went from originally $9 million, I think, when we first started the whole bond process, and it's now It says 10, but I actually heard 10.8 at one point in time. So at any rate, I just wanted to make the point, not wanting to open anything other than that, but just to open people's eyes into the amount of money that we're talking about in terms of just simple design.
Isn't that true for everything then? We paid a massive amount for the design of the fire station. Is what it is. Costs money to get a design.
That's true. I'm bringing up the point.
You're just showing what percentage of it.
It's a massive amount of money, $4.6 billion. Right, thank you.
Mr. Garner, did you have a comment? You do that? Right. I thought you had indicated you wanted to.
I didn't, but I'm a little bit confused by what you're saying, Mark. I mean, I understand it at face value, but if there is point behind it, I would like to understand that more.
No, I stated when I started the comments that it really was a matter of awareness versus a point. There wasn't an ultimate goal in producing this other than awareness. Again, it's a massive amount of money just for the design part of it. And I just wanted to make sure that the public and those that are interested in these projects realize what a tremendous amount of money is being spent and a percentage of the monies that is being spent on the actual design and how much of that money we're actually going to have to front before the project is actually done. So that was the only point I was trying.
And to follow up on that, not all of these need to have the design costs fronted by the town. What the LGC looks for is construction readiness and likelihood of being able to start executing construction and then completing construction within a 3-year time period. And so, as an example, the downtown streetscape and mobility improvements, we wouldn't necessarily need to front all of that money. We might need to front a portion of it to get closer to being done with design. And then you could wrap some of the remaining design costs into that bond issuance that would then not require fronting the money and reimbursing. You just have to be sort of far enough along that the LGC would agree that the GEO bond is a safe bet, that construction is imminent, and the ability to conclude in a reasonable time is feasible, which would lower some of these numbers as far as what we would to be taking out of our coffers. Some of them that need minimal design wouldn't necessarily need to front anything from the general fund because we could start to move to construction so quickly. So the sidewalks would be a great example. So if we wanted to forego fronting that money and just say we're going to go ahead and put the full $3,092,000 total project cost in that bond issuance, we're going to design as soon as we get the funds, then we're saving the dollars in our savings account and not happen to it. So sorry that we didn't cover that before. It's just with some of the lead times of these projects, it's too far out for the LGC to agree that would be feasible. So we would need to at least get started with the design on some of these on our own dime in order for that to be feasible.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what Becky and staff are asking is for us to select some of these projects that we might start the design work on so that they're shovel ready at some point in the future. I think everybody's in agreement that we have no appetite to let bonds anytime in the very near future because of the constraints of our budget. But to get some of the long lead time designs started so that we're shovel ready in 25 or 26 or whatever we want, we could do that. So,
and keep in mind that the issuance timeline is 3 to 6 months. So from the time you say we're ready to go or we're going to be ready to go, we let the LGC know it's still a multi-month process before you actually get your dollars to then have 6 months from that point in time for your first payment. And so we would be able to time this out. We understand, we don't expect to be issuing any bonds in the 2022 calendar year. That automatically, puts us in, so if you, so long as you didn't let a bond, in the first number of months in calendar year 24, there would be no payment due in FY 24. So we can start to time it out if you're saying we would be willing to take on our first payment in FY 25. Okay, what's the earliest then that we would be contacting the LGC? Or if you say we want to wait till 26, we can time all of that out, so that we can base it on when you want to start making that first payment and then back it up to say this is, you wouldn't want to issue a bond any earlier than X to make sure your payment isn't due in a fiscal year before we want to take that on.
So let's think about this over lunch, because we have a hot lunch here. Work is cold. Tricia Meyer, do you have a comment?
I don't know that it's quick, but you're gonna have to suffer through it. Then Charlie has a comment too. But so I think the first thing that comes to mind is that we talked about hiring a project manager yesterday. And listening to your explanation of this, it would be infinitely easier to understand and to see if we had a project manager who could chart out a timeline and show how, starting with construction document or starting with design, giving on this is where things get issued and this is where things get issued. Because it's sort of this abstract idea right now, trying to follow it just verbally. I also don't want to minimize the significance of design in the implementation process because, without design at the forefront of it, nothing else is going to happen. So, I say that coming from somebody in a visual field, we were the first to be let go during the pandemic. And then you see this massive suffering of visual realm, and people start realizing once the design work isn't there, including in graphic design and advertising, right, from that standpoint, that once it's not there, you're missing a lot of key components, and that's what design work is about. It's just kind of just laying that groundwork. So I don't want that to be minimized and I don't want that to be considered insignificant in the process of all of this.
And just let me add one quick thing too. Remember that you don't have to worry about kicking the can down the road with the bond issues. And then on the tail end, find out that you've got to issue $20 million worth of bonds and design costs. You've got 2 years to do it. You have the availability of an extension on the deadline of the issuance. So that as you move down trying to protect the ad valorem rate, you can get an additional time fairly easily by the LGC for the issuance of the bond, so that on the tail end, you're not sitting there with a massive amount of bond yet. You've got to get issued within a number of days.
10 years.
And 10 years is the max. I believe Matthew's already holds the record with LGC.
Yes.
For completing. It'll be 11 of the 11th
Yes.
hour to
But what I'm saying
just
is
give
that-
that.
But that initial timeline can be extended.
And of course, the balance is if the cost of projects goes up, you're buying power.
Let's continue this after lunch. We do have a warm lunch now. God bless you. Let's take 45 minutes. Good job on the lunch. Everyone with that. Now it's waiting time. No, this looking summer. So again, getting back to our earlier conversation, it looks like we're gonna, be able to, leave today much earlier than anticipated, which is a good thing. We can get our weekend back. Becky, do you want us to, we need to go back to the bond project prioritization?
I do want to go back to it for just a minute. You know, I obviously we've been swirling around a lot of questions, but I think the question is, you know, how do we want to get organized in order to potentially move forward? You know, we can, you know, list all the projects, send it out to the board members and kind of get a sort of an initial, you know, thumbs up, thumbs down on moving forward with that project for design right now. And then if you say yes to a project, then rank your yeses. Might be a way to get organized. You know, we're open to however best we can bring forward fruitful information that helps you all know how you make.
So remember, when you do that, talking to the elected officials, you need to have at least $2 million for each bucket of transportation and parks to make it worthwhile when we look at funds. I do think it's important that we get a couple of these shovel ready so that when times are better, we can pull the trigger and do some of these things. I get asked little, I get asked probably at least once a week when we're gonna update First Housing Park. Every time I run into somebody at school, whatever, that's the first thing they ask me, when we gonna update First Housing Park? Commissioner Gardner.
So during the bond process, we heard a lot from Jay, and we haven't heard much from him during this discussion today. So before we start talking about projects moving forward, I would like to be reminded of some of the perspectives he provided then.
Jay, formerly of Jay and the Americans. What are your thoughts, Mr. Camp?
Comment I made to Renee as we were waiting in the lunch line earlier. Just thinking back several years, probably the streetscape conversation began at a mini planning conference. Progressed, you know, now. I'm reminded of comments in comp plan hearing about downtown is the heartbeat. It's the living room where the view is the community. And the streetscape improvements, I know that they've slipped down a little bit, but you remind in the rankings that you reminded that our sidewalks were put in the 1950s. If you have trip hazards, safety hazards, and you know, if you're about to put your house in the market, where do they say put your money? Places you can see, live your common areas. So just a brief reminder, check in as we look at these priorities that, from my perspective, the streetscape improvements are really, I guess, not only about aesthetic improvements, but also safety improvements. I think as downtown goes now, and that was borne out in the survey results.
Thank you, Jay. I again want to reiterate, and I think we and Mayor Pro Tem reminded me by reading the description there that there is heavy public involvement anticipated. But I certainly think we need that because there were lots of disparate ideas of what we should do. And I also think we need to obviously involve our key stakeholders like the business owners as well. But I recall lots of differing opinions on what we should do, and that not everyone was excited with what, verbatim what was presented initially. So I'd like to make sure we get a lot of input from the public.
So, Becky, just maybe a question for you. That $1.7 million that's the largest out there by a good bit. What goes into that? I mean, what costs? $2 million, like brief walkthrough.
Yeah, so CJ, it might be looking to you here, but from what I can recall, you've got a couple different things. One, the heavy public involvement, just that facilitative process ends up costing a lot of time and resources to have that level of engagement. But if you remember, these improvements touch a lot of different things. And so a lot of it was just the intensity of the design that's required over a very large section. We're talking about starting at McDowell and going all the way to Matthewsville. And so a lot of it is just the size of the project. And then you also have some of the pairings, so the parking improvements, CJ, so like the library lane be part of the parking improvements as opposed to the streetscape mobility. I can't remember how those were segmented out.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So we can get a cost breakdown of that. And the other comment that I made to the mayor during the break that I also want to get some clarification on from Susan on is I'm not so sure that you can actually split up the downtown parking improvements and the streetscape improvements the way that they're split up on the screen. So certainly you could build the parking lot behind White Duck Taco as a standalone project, but a lot of your other parking improvements touch the proposed streetscape improvements. And so you really need to likely be designing those in conjunction with one another. And then you are likely, in at least some areas, you're going to want to construct at the same time. And so we may need to either combining or dividing up those two things differently than you see them on the screen right now. Just want to make sure that we're very clear on that. If that comes back to you looking a little bit differently, it's because we got some clarification on that. I just want to make sure that the board doesn't think that we can just do parking in a vacuum, and some of that parking would be touching an expanded sidewalk. So,
Sorry.
go ahead.
And I also think that, at least for staff's points, we want to do parking first. That way the additional parking is there before we tear out the parking downtown.
On the side streets. On the side streets, yeah. So there may be some different ways to phase some of this design work or to divvy it up in a way that makes sense. That maybe you're biting it off in smaller chunks than a one.
That was John said it. Every constituent says to us, first off, we need more down for the parking. So that would be the first part of it. And then if you're not tearing out the existing parking, then you have just chaos for 16 months. So, thanks.
And we'll also get some firmer clarification from LGC before we send this out to you all regarding what does it take to be considered close enough to be construction ready. And so it may be more about what projects does this board want to move forward with. And then we're putting together the advised funding plan for that design work with some better information on how much might we need to front on our own versus what could be wrapped up into the initial GeoMark issuance, so that maybe we don't need to front as much of this money out of our own savings account in order to move forward. I think a lot of it just comes down to really where are your priorities, getting the project done versus the lead times, and then we can get you a funding plan once we know what your top projects are that you want to move forward with.
So we all can be expecting requests from staff sometime in the near future to prioritize projects. Minimum of approximately $2 million chunks.
Sure. And one other, and then like as an example, your East John Street and I-45 project, whenever you do that initial transportation bond issuance, you would just go ahead and tack that 500,000 onto that first project to get those dollars. That doesn't require design work, and obviously that's too small of a total to ever be a standalone.
And again, you know, to be clear and to the public, we have no intention of issuing any bonds in 23 and maybe not in 24, but we'll see. We want to get the design work ready. Mr. Willie,
So just a refresher of my memory, I asked the transportation bonds 21 mil and the park bond is 14, so you're spending the money to get it out there. I would ask though, as people are ranking these things, if your vision for downtown is the status quo, don't prioritize the streetscape mobility. Because basically, I'm thinking here, you've already got your infrastructure there, you've got as much juice as you can squeeze out of downtown. But if you're willing to look at improvements in terms of new mixed-use projects and buildings that are 3 and 4 stories and things like that, that's when those capital improvements pay off against mobility improvements. So basically what you're doing is you're spending a lot of money, but the players are already there. We're getting the same tax base, it's not going to change them. So these, in my opinion, making these improvements because you're creating an economic development catalyst to take downtown to the next level. And so that's my take on it.
to be clear, you're suggesting that buildings would be 3 and 4 stories downtown?
Well, I think the point, well, historic is only a matter of 100.
Okay.
And that's it. And but there's so much, but if everybody sits there and says, well, we're going to continue to do single story buildings, I have no appetite for mixed use or multifamily, then it's sort of like all we're doing is making these hefty amount of improvements what's already in place. And so we need to realize that we need to go to the next level. Just
Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, I think what Becky was asking, if you're gonna do some design for a project, these two, at least me. So I know, as I shared with about the first bill of Charles Crossing along sidewalks, sidewalk connection. I think she said it's going to go in there. 45, that's $500,000. Those 3 give us at least for design and not then our next one there would be that Cursor Halls Park. Like what John just said, that will be our get those 3 design ready, then come back maybe in 2025 and come back with Cursor Halls Park. Crestdale Crossing and the sidewalk, and then Becky said to go ahead and put that John Street and 45 because there are no design with NCDOC. I got that, but the bottom of that they're right there. So,
Mr. Gardner.
I want to emphasize Graylock Ridge Extension because it is an integral part to how John Street models in the future. I guess it was part of that John Street modeling where we've been talking about diverting traffic around downtown. So Graylock is a very important piece to that puzzle, and I don't want us to lose sight of that.
All right, I think everybody's going to have the opportunity to rank. It's a good point, particularly with some of the developments that we have coming in. That's a very good point. Traffic could get dense on John Street.
And I do just want to add that we have not entirely nailed down through the TIA process that Midfield Station might not command the completion of that missing link at the cost of the developer. So that is still something that if we can justify that requirement, we are happy to have that paid for by somebody else.
Yeah, I want to, you know, obviously it's best if we aren't paying for it. but that it is such an important piece to so many different parts of what's coming, and also for the future design at John Street, that we need to be prepared to do what we can do to make sure all of those things happen.
Becky, my question is with the bond money we have, we're not gonna be able to do all these projects. I don't think it's there. I mean, right now, I didn't know it's like 36 million for just the total project cost. Right on that's off, but.
Only the map changed.
Yeah, yeah. I went wrong, I just like it.
Everything fit when we went to the public, so I have to double check.
And then, lastly, the first Halsey Park. I can remember when I first got on the board, it was like 5 million. But that, man, that is just crazy how things are so much with the costs. So like we wait till 2025, as Larry said, like it could be 10 to 20 million dollars, but that scares me.
All right, I think we have our recommended actions by staff, everybody in agreement, we'll prioritize these at some point in the near future and additional discussions, but we do want to get a couple of these shovel ready so that we can set the bonds at some point. Let's close this one out and go to our last item for this year's planning conference, work property activation. Corey?
It's hard to believe it's been, well, it's been over a year. Property. Who rented that biggest home because walking around and I'm sort of looking at the space and envisioning what could this look like. So this exercise is one that certainly just came off a long list of projects. This project was not one listed as one of those funded by bond dollars. So I guess this exercise is more one to let you know this project is not on the front burner. It's not in the fridge, somewhere on the counter somewhere. Work with Adams to develop a conceptual design. Just sort of lay the groundwork. The premise we're working on was that the natural beauty of the site, something that we wanted to certainly maintain and highlight. Design, the ponds and being take advantage of all those elements naturally there. There's some desire also to create this called the enterprise function to the site where it is a place or venue for celebrations, weddings, most often mentioned, but just celebrations in general, all types. Go to option 1. Now I'm going to just walk you through clockwise. And also this was just these ideas, placement of these amenities were just simply based on information from staff, conversations with some other Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and just general comments, anecdotal information about what this site could look like. Certainly when it is time to really move forward with designing this park, it will be a lot of public input. All right, so looking at the way entrance is designed, just looking at what the town controls, size parcel that is known as the park. Access will be from Chipwood. Traffic would enter traffic circle. This right here represents a constructed, well, the theme of the venue would be this concept is a barn. So barn venue for celebrations. This will be a newly constructed structure on the site. Certainly wanting to take advantage of the existing house. Maybe it could be repurposed as an office or storage. We did look at the inside the house to see if there was some programmable space on the low level. So there could be some options. There is a fairly large rectangular room. There could be some
Farm projects or some other types of programs. Show a parking lot here where these two combine, represent roughly 7 parking spaces. The barn venue, going back to that, will overlook a large celebration lawn and then leads you to a pier connected to Pond One. Amenities will also be trailheads. These represent natural surface trails throughout the site. Meadows, again, leaving the natural elements there. Picnic shelters shown on the trail. This is fairly large celebration shelter, picnic shelter overlooking a larger lawn area. Coming around to pond two. Represents some bank fishing. There are a number of dams on the site, I would point out. Right here is called an atrium. And we have people can decide to go into this or that way along the trail. So working with our design team, I will say not likely including open flame fires on the park site. They somehow thought it was going to keep going to show. And continuing, likewise, number of trails, options certainly for any ropes course or any treetop activities. If we saw fit or wanted that on the site. This represents what now is, but along this open area right here, right now there's this baseball backstop. There's just an open play field, and that's what this A represents. Open play field. What you were mentioning, maybe this is an opportunity to just have just come and kick a soccer ball or a football, just some open play space. Right here we see an ornamental grove. Actually, Life and I were talking about this yesterday. Is there an opportunity to go ahead and begin to plant in that space today? If there are other people places. That's project. Essentially, trails bring you back to the beginning. So again, the concept here is really minimal development, allowing the natural elements to remain and be the highlight of the site. One suggestion in the investigation was looking at the stand of pine trees. The way they were planted suggested they were planted to be harvested. The design team did suggest some thinning of those trees, just to improve the health of them. They're very tall and narrow, give a chance to spread out a little bit. Just improve the health of the site. Full of the tree. Right now, are there any questions about, say, option one?
No, I just have a comment before you go to option two. I really believe, particularly in this site, that less is more, and I would like to see as little development as possible. I like some of the ideas you put forward. I grew up until I was 11 years old near Cleveland, Ohio, and in Cleveland, right about the time of World War I, they started reserving huge chunks of land along rivers and creeks for park space, and they called them reservations. And they're very simple. They're very much like this. Maybe some picnic areas, some grills where you can grill out, fishing opportunities. But for me, I wouldn't necessarily even like to see a community garden on this space. I think just leaving it as natural as possible. I like the ornamental grove. That's nice, but see this as being a park where people could really just walk and enjoy the beauty of nature. And really at Purser Halsey, with the trails we have there, they've been pretty much taken over by cyclists. And I've heard many people comment that they can't walk on those trails because they're afraid they're going to get run over. There's so many people with bikes. And so I think this could be a space where people could just go out and walk and enjoy nature. And so I very much like the minimalist take on this one. We don't need to put something on every square inch, just let the natural beauty, it's a wonderful site. I think we could mess it up if we try to do too much with it. Our perspective. Anxious to see option 2, or if anybody else has any comments on this one.
No, and I'll just add, everything you're showing is scalable. All of the intent was to make sure the show thing is scalable and to your point, one of the thoughts was this as one of those sites where it is only walking, hiking trails, not allowing bikes onto the site.
30.
29. No, I'm sorry, 38.
I think everybody here that's elected official has been out to the site, correct? I like the idea of maybe thinning the pines a little bit, but that's just a wonderful, just almost magical grove of pines. You can smell the scent of the pines, and it's just really beautiful, peaceful out there. It's great. I would hate to destroy that ambiance.
Do people already go and visit this parcel, like, public ever go out there, ever see?
In fact, yeah, looking as we walk through the woods and through the trails like there, the fact that, and I guess it could be wildlife also, but the trails are very defined. So there's people walking there.
We have not formally activated it because there's not really good parking facilities for that right now. To the point that I think the neighbors are still doing what they've done for years, which is kind of keeping a watchful eye on it. But I know our police department has been good contacts with the neighbors out there. So they'll call them if there's anything. But I think somebody in the room was fishing and even got questions as far as, what are you doing here? So I don't think it's quite been embraced as a public space, but we want to get a little bit of that, at least parking defined and all of that will be kind of open up.
Right here, there is direct access into the site from Idlewild Road, from Mikeson Drive. But there is a strip of property there that's not part of this site, and it's not right away property. That would have to somehow be acquired to create that access. But we did find that if there were vehicular access, it's a challenge to get any participants through the space between the ponds onto this side of the park. Because there are dams right here that creating a passive proper for a vehicle, which is serious impacts on the site to the dams. So then that takes us to option 2, which is the visionary option. That includes space that is not currently part of the park property. So in the option 1, we showed access from Shipwood Lane. In this version, it does show acquisition of these three, maybe 4 parcels that connect to Idlewild Road, and then create that access from Idlewild to the site. So what we have here is roadway in. This represents just an open meadow, a multi-use field, have picnic shelters, playground here. Does add another additional pond here to allow some fishing on the site. But one of the advantages of, acquiring these sites is access from Idlewild. Going to imagine feedback from the residents. This area would be, access would be less than desirable if people are coming through the neighborhood to the park. So this creates that alternate access. And also what we have here is almost this creation of zones where this is called a more active part of the park. And then we could create some gate or some mechanism to separate this active from this more celebration part of the park. And then you have this more natural part of the park. So continuing clockwise, still having the newly constructed barn being venue on the site, large meadow or overlooking lawn here. Celebration lawn. This represents a picnic shelter. This is the existing house on the site. They will continue to serve as trailheads with access to the trails and pier on the corner. Also fishing onto trails throughout the wooded areas. Just looking at what some options are. So these little tick marks represent fairways for disc golf. Something to show as an option. Heard it called a number of things, including golf, frisbee golf. It's popular activity. If you want to add it on the site, it's an option. Pretty much the only difference is activating these parcels. This represents roughly 95 parking spaces. Certainly, again, scalable. How much parking we need, what we got on this site, type of the ground equipment. Site at any given time, they take the parking. Pretty much all the, I guess, high level details. Any other questions on option 2?
I do have a comment about option 2. I would not be in favor of putting disc golf on this site. I know we have the disc golf at Sport Lake Park. It is very, very, very popular, but I've heard comments from my neighbors that walk through the park that they can't walk through the woods because they're going to get ahead. Frisbee. And so I think we already have that amenity in that because I wouldn't necessarily want to put it over here. I like it being less natural. I do have a question. What would be the cost for those additional parcels? And then the folks have reached out to us. Do we have a cost?
I do not have a cost for all 4. They did just very recently get back an appraisal for the one parcel that is, does have a house on it. And just south of $500,000. 47.
One comment I have, I don't know if this would be possible, if we did acquire those, I would be in favor of putting all the parking on that side of the park and then just require pedestrian traffic only. I do think it's going to be a significant burden, I think, to the neighbors if you route everybody down through Chipwood Lane and involve that out there. That's a very small, winding, small road through the neighborhood. And I'm sure those folks would prefer to have, it'd be better for them if everyone just entered through Idlewild, there wasn't even an entrance on that side. But again, and I'm certainly open the floor to others, but my ideas are to keep this as minimal as possible. I'm not in favor of adding a ton to the site. I think it would be a beautiful wedding site, like the idea of the barn and the piers and things, but beyond that, I don't think we need to do a lot of development. Just let the beauty of the site speak for itself.
What's the condition of the home on the site?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Structurally, it appears very solid. Not a structural engineer is my caveat to that, but it appears very solid. It is very dated. And so if you were to try to upfit it, and it was made in an era where there was not a lot of open. So very closed off, room to room. So if you were to want to open that up as an event space, you would need to put some renovation dollars. It's quite large. It's 1 story, but it's got a walkout basement. So the finished square foot area is 3,600. The the total square footage, which would include, the basement or the garage. So the basement is, 47.
Commissioner Fallon?
Is the current thinking to fund these improvements through the budget or through bond issue?
So, potentially neither. So we have, still close to $1 million that we received from the user run developments, specifically for park improvements that could be invested onto the site. So we don't have a cost estimate. But if we were looking to make some of the smaller improvements, or at least some of the initial improvements, we'd be able to tap into those dollars. Right now. They're just sitting in our general fund, fund balance. Actually, they're carved out and tracked separately. But have actually a chunk of funding available to put into park.
That begs the question.
Sure. So there's a lot of possibility on the table with that. We did some preliminary park improvement concepts for that a couple of years ago. One of the possibilities that we have been discussing with CMS is that if there does ultimately end up being interest in moving Matthews Elementary to a different site, that is one that could potentially be of interest to them. In talking with CMS about how much space they would need, there would still be space within that parcel to go to have a school and still have park space. So you would be able to but as far as how far you're planning to stretch, either for the site or that site, that would be a indication of how intense is your development.
But just as a general observer, the Windsor Run property seems to have been sort of a stepchild in terms of park development. And I was just wondering, is there a specific reason for that?
A lot of it has been just a lack of coalescing around a vision for it. And then when this idea of the school came up, so even those initial designs, there was an option that had a carve out for a potential school space. So a lot of it is until we figure out sort of how those different blocks are going to move or not, you would hate to invest in that entire park space. Say Matthews Elementary stays exactly where it is. It stays on its existing site. Well, then you would want to program and design the whole space, but you would hate to invest dollars into programming that entire park, only to then you essentially lost your ability to have the elementary school locate there, or you're tearing up things that you just put in order to make space for the elementary school. So a lot of it has been, so we have clear direction on what's happening with the school. We just want to pause before we invest dollars.
Do you have any restrictions?
Not on the use of that land. Well, Charlie, it was donated to the town. But no,
And it could be sold.
Corey, is there a plan to have a bathroom facility at this site?
Yes, so the larger, it may not be reflected in the image here, but the larger picnic shelters. This one right here, outdoor one would have a restroom, was part of the.
Those are important. I think you heard me say that the fact that you don't have a bathroom doesn't mean people don't relieve themselves. So that's good to have a facility for them to do that. Yes, particularly in a place where you're going to recreate or not. Other thoughts of any of the commissioners? Ken, did you have something? Yeah, again, this is a exceptionally beautiful site. I made the comment the first time I went there. It looks like you're in Boone, North Carolina or something. You pull up Chipwood Lane and just stand and look at the pines or the ponds. It doesn't even look like it's in Matthews. Looks very mountain-esque out there, beautiful site. Corey, do you have an ask for us today, or you're maybe saying which one we prefer? Or what are you looking at?
No, really just to, bring these ideas to the board. I want to just remind you that, this project is something it's on the calendar. Certainly not on the front burner, but it is, part of our updated master plan will definitely put this project in perspective of what needs to be there, timing and.
I know, living right next to Squirrel Lake Park, I know that the shelters that are there get used very frequently for family get-togethers. And again, as a child, I can remember some of the best times were just going out with my mother would pack a lunch and we'd go have lunch and siblings run around and play. I think just the natural beauty is really nice. So again, I like the direction. Either of these options are very nice. And several people that I've talked to also when they visit the site said, boy, would this be a wonderful wedding site. So I like the idea of having a celebration area where maybe get married.
And this wasn't part of the formal plan to talk about, but, given it looks like we're moving forward with the Parks and Rec master plan, that's obviously going to take a little bit. I think there's some great germinations of ideas here, but maybe we're not at a point to start to actually move forward with them yet. Is there a desire by the board to, maybe look if there's a little bit of gravel that could be put down to expand parking, maybe actually put a few picnic tables out there so they're not picnic shelters, but at least have, a little bit more so that could start kind of inviting the public out there to enjoy it. There's nothing programmed and obviously they can't access the house. There aren't facilities out there right now. It is, that would be a pretty nominal cost, or do we want to pause until we get a clearer vision and start to do some of that?
My thoughts is I would like to pause. To understand.
I kind of disagree. I think if, spend taxpayer money on it. I think it depends on the cost of the gravel parking. It's nominal.
So the last, call it informal parking lot we built was the first thing.
The reason why I suggest pausing is you can park there now. I can go, but you can park what we're going to. For sure.
I would say pause as well. I think that there are people in the neighborhood who use it. When I went out there were kids who used the walk trails. But I said pause because it's harder to change messaging about use, later, once people get used to going out there and doing one thing and then going back and switching, or closing it down or whatever. I feel like it's easier just to let it sort of remain passive. People use it as they can. And then when we're ready to look through the plan, we'll have to do some corrective action.
As far as the 4 additional lots, I'd love to have them. I just don't want to great at. I think there's a very strong argument to be made to provide a entrance from Ottawa, some form of action. Maybe we end up buying one of those lots. All, boy, it'd be really nice to have, but I honestly just given our current budget constraints, I don't know where we get the money.
Yeah, maybe it is on one.
Yeah, maybe we'll buy one, but having that vital well access is key. I don't think long term. Again, I really don't think it's necessarily fair to the neighbors to open a facility like this on such a small neighborhood with a very small narrow street. Just invite tons of cars driving up down the road. That's kind of unfair. Folks have been there for a while.
Yeah, I will say pause. To Corey time, we already green line to the map. You know, working on the personal home. Abolishing, but, when people talk about one out of this. They just, $1 million in thing. That won't raise no taxes, but. I remember the mayor, the town tells you that. Third one. They could take care of the purchase of one of that property there. But get caught trying to do the master plan and bring this in.
Yeah, that's a good point. We could use some of that $1 million to buy the one lot. We could use that, or we could purchase a parkland as a.
I believe so. Or Mr. Buckley. I believe so. Yeah, you have to look at the phrasing.
You know,
We'll bring that, we'll get a closed session schedule. That's that. So.
So as we talk about Matthews becoming more heavily populated and denser, we're going to need every specialist parkland for the future. I fully believe. I think we're going to be. We need to be as forward thinking as possible with parkland because we're 85% built out. We don't have a lot of land left. And, these parcels will be snapped up and developed. So I think any land possibly preserve parks is a good thing for those of us who live here now and those of all of us. They'll be very appreciative. Let's definitely look at least that one lot, and maybe just for giggles and laughs, get a quote or see what the other ones would cost. You know, one thing that has sometimes encouraged people to be very generous with their property is if we consider naming rights like that. So that could be a possibility we get a better deal. We call it something DeVore or.
But the mayor Jay pulled up the addition and on the zoning plat, and it does limit it to park recreational and cultural purposes. So that would fit the description.
It'd be good that, again, I just think having that out of wild access is going to be key. Are there any other thoughts on this before we call it a day?
One last comment. I know I did promise CJ anytime moving forward that we talked about parks, that also mentioned that increase in maintenance will also be required.
And we do have an increase in the contracted maintenance line in the 24 budget to account for the additional mowing that is required for this property as we own it today. So that is something that we see in next year's budget. So we are accounting for at least basic maintenance. Obviously, the more you intensifies space with ornamentals or formal gardens or things like that, that's obviously a very different level of maintenance than mowing a couple.
I suggest putting about 10 of the old-fashioned real push mowers out there. Say, hey kids, this is lots of fun. Watch, push this mower across this.
I just wanted to say that's an interesting point for it. I personally took a few years ago and a lot of citizens don't, that the maintenance of the parks is done by Public Works. And a lot of people, including myself, up to a certain point in time, thought that the Parks and Rec had their own maintenance department. So, yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, in addition to that, like the greenways, which are supposed to be maintained by Mecklenburg County, I still see our employees out there all the time doing extra work. It's just done by the county, it didn't get done. keep the greenways clean and mowed and the leaves blown off and stuff like that. When I see Matthews.
And if I have an opportunity here, well, I can, thank you, CJ and Parks and Public Works for the wonderful job you did in refreshing the Matthews Veterans Memorial Park. Very nice. Thanks.
Hear that again, it was a rare compliment. All right, does anybody have anything else for the good of the group before we call it a day? Commissioner Hurd.
To do across the board, especially to town manager, her staff, or the department heads. Lori, who is behind the scenes. I will give you my support on having been on this one had different flavor. Becky wanted to go in a different direction. I'll have to think about it. That's it, because it was extremely business oriented, no doubt about it. There was not a lot of. There was some visionary talk because of the comprehensive plan. But I will, and hear from some other folks, the flavor was different. And it may also be a reflection of the board makeup, that aspect of it. So it was interesting. We got down to brass tacks, and some board members in the past probably would have loved it. Other board members probably hated it. Because my 2 cents is that I think we need to find a blend in there. Because we like to break out into open ground and run some ideas and then get it built back. In this case, we were very, very grounded. I think that's not to do with the town manager's personality and how she attacks things. The spreadsheet. But anyway, thank you, everybody.
Anyone else have any comments about how they think things went? John still so much thunder because I was going to also introduce to another one. Okay. Let's hear it again. Certainly to all that have better, I really appreciate it. Mr. Woodley,
Yeah, I didn't want to steal none of your fun. But no, it's a pleasure. Family session. And a day and a half versus 3 days. But not only that, this is a changing world that we live in. Younger people have different views and things of doing things out. As an older person, I even listen to my kids, Renee and TJ's, my oldest boy, top high school girl, and my baby in the baby. I'm an old man, but I listen to them. I'm old. I listen to them. Some of the things that have ideas and things that are more efficient, but still get it done. I thank you for that. And thank you, staff. I'm looking through this budget and tackle a lot of good things. Everybody got a little piece of the pie when it comes to budget time. But this year, we're very thankful. I'm very thankful for everything that comes out of the town. Thankful that we got the things that we wanted to not really had the fun, open up the door, the windows, the opportunity to turn and give us opportunity. Took full advantage of that. I appreciate that. In discussion, give and take. Win some, you lose some. But at the end of the day, that we did the best for the town. We get in heated discussion that I mean, fall out. I was raised in a family of 8, and I got a lot of heated discussion. I had 6 sisters. I was the day before, and they didn't see things my way, and I was false. I say that I still love them at the end of the day, and I've learned in 5 years that you can accomplish and make things better today than it was yesterday. I think that don't ever take sight of this. I just telling them all the time. You know, that's awesome.
Lastly, I want to thank all the commissioners, and we have at times disagreed, but Commissioner Urban, you can vouch for this, and some of our previous planning conferences have nearly come to physical blows. Literally, I mean, we had to pull people apart because they punch each other in the face. So glad that we respectfully disagreed and talked through our differences and didn't have a rumble. So still plenty of time. As of now, close to me. Anybody have anything else to add?
Just briefly, I think this is probably the most exciting times in Matthews, all the huge projects we have going on, all the things that are going on. You think about Hendrick and possibilities of CMS. I mean, it is really, really exciting times for our town. So I think we all should be thankful to be positions of leadership to go through this. And I'm sure Becky's already figured out where she's going to put her statue and all that good stuff.
I think right up front, we talked about a fountain, but I think a hawk statue might be going to public art. Yeah. Our signs that say home of Becky Hawk. Legendary. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Good day, safe travels, and